Good afternoon. Yeah, no, actually, it'd still be good morning. Still be good morning. Oh boy. Close out some of this stuff here. Yeah, my OBS was acting kind of weird there. I hope it's working. I mean, if not, I'll still be doing what I want to do anyways. Yeah, we're gonna be looking into doing some modeling. Because all I need to do is just bust out a couple models for like the chest piece, the leggings, and then the mod is pretty much ready for people to test. I think, anyways. I'll go through the gameplay loop one more time. I think that you know what? I think there's gonna have to be a few recipes that I'm gonna have to add. You know, it would be like maybe not long at all to get it all together. And then I get to start releasing information about it. And I'm also going to have to go through a multiplayer playtest as well, set up a multiplayer server. So we'll see. It's close, though. It's really close. Put a lot of work into this, and finally it's going to be coming out. All right, let's rebuild. I think last I left off, I was looking into doing the modeling. So let's pull up the model creator. Let's see, let's get rid of this. All right, we're in the game. There we go. All right, so we're gonna have to work on some of the cane models. I may have some ideas, but I'm not feeling inspired to do that. I think I'm ready to bite off the armor. So I have the outline of what the armor's going to look like. I think I may want to put a little more padding on. What I'm gonna be going through here, though, is I'm going to make sure that things are not clipping weird. You know, because like, for instance, this arm piece, you know, it's kind of like off-center a little bit. You know, this one, I want it to where if you're wearing the armor, you will see, like, you know, your wrist piece and everything too. Now, I know each class has different stuff. I'm gonna do my best. I'm just gonna try and tune it for the clockmaker stuff, what the clockmaker wears. Anything other than that, I mean, you know, it's gonna be best effort, right? Because obviously with this equipment, there's not a one piece fits all. So what I'm looking at here is yeah, that arm needs to move. Looks like this arm's okay. I could size that down right now, or I can make my wrist piece bigger, which may not be a bad idea, considering, I mean, it wraps pretty evenly around. I think the right hand is pretty good. I think I just need to make the bracelet a little bigger, you know, size it. It looks like it's right on that side, but not the others. But the other hand, yeah, it's a little cattywampus here. So I'm gonna have to, looking at the model, I have to shift it over and shift it back a little bit to try and center it. So let's do that. File, open. This will be the arcane body. We're gonna have to pick the Seraph model to lay it over. All right, so looking at the character this way, yeah, so it's the left arm that we are targeting. So it's this guy here, and we need to shift it over and back a little bit. So maybe like a 20. You know what? Let's just do a solid 20 that direction, and then maybe that. No, because I can look. I can see that's not enough. What if I just do like 0? Oh shit, look at that. 0 actually I think may do the trick. Just 0 it right out. And it looks more in line. Like, I think it needs to push out a little more, so maybe 1.5. There we go. That looks pretty good. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna save that. I need to copy this backdrop model because I wanted to do the backdrop for the game. Is there any nulls here? Okay, good. No nulls. Fireball it in. All right, let's reload. So yeah, see how that arm piece wasn't fully, like it was off to the side. All right, let's take a look. See, we got some graphical, but it's the same as the bracelet, so that's not bad. I can work on shrinking it down. All right, let's zoom in a little bit. Yeah, see, I got a little space there. What about your other arm, buddy? Yeah, see, that arm's pretty good. That arm's pretty good. This one, I think I need to shrink it down. I gotta push it down and over a little bit more, and then I can start cutting back on the model. Hey, RC. And then that should get rid of the glitching. That way you can wear something on your arm, and my armor's not going to, you know, like the Clockwork wrist guard, right? Like it... Again, right, like each piece of equipment's going to be a little different, but I'm going to tune it to what the clockmaker wears, and then assume that it's going to be what every other class wears, right, for their basic armor. So yeah, let's change it a little bit. So we need to push it out a little more. Like that. We need to push it down a little more. All right, looks like we're getting into the positives now. And I could probably start cutting this back a little bit. In this direction and this one. Make it a tighter fit on the arm. All right, we're gonna save that. I have to replace this. Save. Fireball. Reload. Yeah, see, we're working on armor, the chest piece. My idea is I'm going to, what you see there is like the base outline. A lot of that I'm going to just turn transparent. That way it keeps with player animation, and then I'll build the actual armor like on top of it as an overlay. That way I can keep the, you know, skeletal animation and everything of the armor and the movement. And then I can just add on to it. I'm thinking more like a robe, like you got the collar up there. You know, the chest is going to be a little more impressive. Yeah, see, look at that. We got no more glitching. I'd say that's pretty good. Not bad. I'm not seeing any other kind of glitching or tearing. So it looks like the arm part that needs to be adjusted. It looks perfect on this side, right? But on that side, see, we got that little bit of a gap there. So I think we can fix that. Fix that pretty easily. No, I don't want to shoot a projectile. All right, sure. And then we can work on this side. I'm gonna pull it back a little bit so you can see more of the bracelet. Make it a little tighter fit. You know, let's put on some clothing. We'll try and put on a piece of clothing that may overlap. So like the Noble's Forgotten shirt would be a good candidate, or actually the Alchemist shirt. We'll do that one. So I think that goes, yeah, that goes like right there. And it looks like it does cover it. So is this armor or robe? It's going to be a robe. There's some parts of the robe, like if you could see the here, let me stop flying. So like there's gonna be like the collar kind of coming up and around. The shoulder pads, I'm gonna have them kind of, that's just the base anchor for them. I can add on whatever kind of pattern I want. In the center, again, most that you see here, it's gonna be a transparent, it's going to be a transparent image or texture, and then I'm going to lay on top. So I'm going to have a part in the middle, right, kind of going down, so it's going to be like a robe. The arms are going to come down. That brace point there that you saw on the elbow pads, I'm actually going to put like Norse runes on it, and I'm going to have it kind of like the mana stone color for whatever tier of armor it is. So that's the general idea. But right now what I'm trying to do is, before I do any texturing, before I do any of the actual armoring, it's really important to get the base skeleton down, which is what I'm doing. Like anything, like see that little glitch on the side there for the belt, like space it all out now while it's easy to look at without all the layers, and then I just compound the layers on top of it. So yeah, we need to move that elbow, and we need to do something about that side. Other than that, it looks like that arm is pretty good. All right, so let's look at the body. So it's glitching out a little bit. I think it's that panel layer. So that may actually be more of a pants issue, not really the chest piece. Let's take off the pants. Nope, so it's not a pants issue. It looks like it's the bottom part, not the leg cover. There we go. It's this part here, the torso. So this needs to, actually this just needs to probably grow by a decimal point. Let's paste that back in, save fireball. And while we're at it, let's move this over. Yeah, you clearly see that it needs to go back. Actually, perfect right there. File. You know what? Let's thin this out too, right? Might as well while we're here. So I need to push it back a little bit. 0.02. Would that be enough? No, it's not going to be that. 0.05? What if I just do 0.1? There we go. That may be a little better. Now I got to push it over the other way, so 0.2 in this direction. Now it's got to be a little bit more. 0.25? There we go. Now I gotta trim it this way, so on the red axis, let's get rid of... Oh, that looks good. Probably the same math on the other side, but I'll make sure I just do a 0.4. 0.3. Okay, that looks like that's probably... That could be good. I may have to trim it back on that side more, but we'll just do a file save. Gotta paste that back in, save that, fireball, and reload. So hopefully it gets rid of that glitch. Yeah, it looks like I gotta crouch too. It looks like there was something in the elbow. Maybe it doesn't extend all the way out. So we'll have to fix that too. And then we're gonna get a texture for, I'll make like a leather repeating texture. All right, we got rid of that glitching on that side. Look at that bracelet, huh? There we go. Looking better. Not the best, but better. I think it needs to get pushed in a little bit more for the bracelet. That, or maybe I could resize the bracelet to be a little bigger. This other side looks pretty good. Let's crouch. Yeah, there we go. So I could see the joints in the arms. This arm looks good. It looks like it's the left arm that's having problems here, so I need to like extend it just a little bit. Little bit. We could do that. So it's this piece, so it's just got to go up a little bit. So I'm gonna bump it up to like a 0.5. That should be more than enough. We're gonna... before we save, let's take a look at that other arm again. So if I can push this back just a little bit, get it like a little more snug. How much room do we have? That's kind of close as it is. I think maybe I just need to adjust the position of the bracelet. You know what? We have other bracelets in the game. Let's see if it's the same glitch. Because I gotta see if it's mine. Okay, the silver bracelet. I mean, I hate to say it, the silver bracelet looks like it's working. So it may just be my bracelet positioning. Alright, so we're just gonna save that. Gotta paste this in, save, fireball. I did fireball, yeah, and I did resave. Okay. I think we'll do this for a little bit, and when I get tired of it, we're probably gonna play some like Conan Exiles or something. Yeah, look at that. Perfect for the arm. No weird glitching. It looks like the armor will successfully cover the body now. Even the top armor, like if you look at the legs and stuff, we're not getting any glitches in this state. We're not getting any glitches just standing. Yeah, the front looks pretty good. It looks like as I start to go up, I don't know if that's just something weird with the texturing though. But I can live with that. And I think that actually has to do with... Yeah, because the legs stick out pretty far. I think that's pretty good. Oh, yeah, it looks like there's like a belt or something underneath. But I'm not really seeing anything else. I think this is pretty darn good. Alright, so let's start working on the actual armor now. Yeah, because everything else should be... Oh, let's adjust the bracelet. So let me put mine back on. Yeah, I can definitely move that, I think. Yeah, I can move it. I'll move it. All right, let's pull up the bracelet model. We're gonna open up a new one of these. Boop. File, open. This is gonna be the temporal bracelet. So for this whole thing, I'm gonna get the whole arm. And I gotta think, okay, so if this is the back, or this is gonna be the front, right? Yeah, so it's the front that I want to push forward, so I'm gonna have to be in the negative more with the red. I mean, like that much of a difference, just a tiny shift. All right, let's pull up the temporal bracelet here. Oh, so that I did not have the Seraph mode there. Interesting. I guess I don't really need it. Hot reload. All right, let's try this again. Because you know, a little OCD. If I can have it to where you could see the bracelet through it, you know, like the gems and the crossing of it. Like I don't care about the depth too much, but as long as you can see that, I will consider it a win. And I think that is a win. Let's fly up in the air. Let's kind of zoom in a little bit. damn it. It's like I'm trying to just hold right click. There we go. Yeah, we could see it on that side. It wraps around pretty nicely. We could see the gems in the crosshair, like, you know, the pattern up top. It kind of sticks out too. So looks pretty good. I think we got the sizing for the chest piece solid right now. Yeah, you know what? That is a win. That is a win. Boop, we'll fly back down. Let's add a little bit more to, no, actually for the outline, you know what? That is pretty good. Okay, so what my plan is right now, because, you know, it's not like anyone has kind of made any kind of, you know, armor. Seems like I looked through some of the mods, like I did some spot checking a couple of times. It seems like what a lot of people are doing is they're just using the old models. Like, no one seems to really be making new models. They're taking existing models and they're either trimming stuff out to where it's still leaving like an existing part of the model, or they're just using the default models and then just making new textures for their armor. So that being the case, you know, I don't really have a good guide to go by. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm now going to rename everything here with like an underscore, like the way I normally do the modeling. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit in the text to be transparent. And then I'm going to now, I'll be able to still see it, you know, in here, right? Like the models. So now I'm going to create a new layer. I'm going to call it, you know, like whatever the final arm piece is, and then have it attached to each one of these parts. That way I preserve the animation, and then I can build whatever I want over this skeleton that I know will fully cover the player. And then we're going to try and shape it into looking like decent gear. Again, this is for the alpha version, so it's going to be a work in progress, but at least something that looks unique, something that looks a little magey to get this mod into people's hands. Tried using the model creator, but for some reason it's not working for me. You got to make sure you have Java installed, I think. Java 8, I think that's what it is. What's the error code that you're getting, RC? While I wait for you to reply, I am going to start with this. So it's going to be an underscore. Basically, all of this stuff is going to be an underscore. This I should rename properly. Instead of cube 1, this should be armor, upper, collar, and then capital R for right. This will be the left collar. This is the rear collar. Got that. That's the right arm, left arm. Whoops, did not mean to do that. No! What was that called? Shit! It's probably the equivalent of this. Hate when I do that. I hate when I do that. I think that's what it was. All right, you know what? For now, I'm gonna just manually type it in here. Cube 1 arm R. You know, I'm gonna leave that. That'll be fine. This is the left side arm. This is gonna be the coat. Coat covering. There we go. So all of this stuff is underscored. Let's do a file save. Copy that. I now have to change, or I gotta re-add this. A few different errors opening up VS.json files. Well, if you can, I mean, I may know of the errors if you have like screenshots of them, or if you can get them. I can try and help you out with it. All right, now all of this stuff here, we can see it's all underscored. I'm going to look up everything that is pound material, we're going to turn that into pound default, which is my default texture. So we're going to save all of this. I'm going to fireball it in. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to do file new, because you can do undo in this editor. I don't want to undo changes, you know, that like this is the base now. You know, I just did a lot of renaming on the back end, so when I pull it back up, it's going to have the correct default textures and everything else. I'll see what Java I have installed. Yeah, check it out. I'll tell you what version I have here. Huh, actually, I don't have Java installed. Oh, you know what? I don't think this takes Java. I don't think this takes Java. I think it, or you know what? I think I do. I think it's called something else. Starts with an A, right? Well, it's not Adobe. Oh, I'm trying to think what it is. So I got Eclipse on here. Okay, yeah, it's the Eclipse Ad Optimum. So I have 8U362-B09. So it's version 8, Java 8, and update 362 is the one that I'm using. And it is the JDK, Java Development Kit, is what it is. That's the one that I have. There's a JRE, a Java Runtime Environment. I'm not sure, like, it could also work, but, you know, that's not the one that I use. All right, so let's fireball this in. Let's reload. If everything works right, this armor that I currently have equipped is going to disappear because it's going to be remapping that model with my transparent texture. And then we should be ready to actually rip into this bad boy. Well, it should have been transparent. Looks like it's kind of partially transparent. What's going on here? Is it? Oh, I forgot to put the mapping in. Hold on. There's one more step that we have to do that I just completely ignored. It's right in here in the body. See, I don't have the default texture mapped, so that could be a problem here. Here we go. I do it here. Here we go. So I'm going to paste this in every one of my model types. So that's why it looked kind of weird. Here we go. I'll even put it into the overall default. Save, fireball. Okay, let's reload now. All right, so yep, it looks like I'm not wearing anything at all. So now we are officially ready to to do some modeling. Hooray! Yay! The grunt work of that is done. All right, so let's pull up the model creator. We'll go to File, File, Open. I want to open back up the body, right? So it takes a snapshot. We're going to map this to a character. And let's make some magic happen. You know, the most annoying part is, like, once you pull up the model, you kind of... You can't get rid of the background model. That I've seen anyways. There may be a way to do it. Entity texturing mode. I mean, what's that? It's nothing. Oh, maybe something like here. Show textures? No. Show element grid shade. Show grids plus compass? No. I thought it would be somewhere there. Render texture transparency. Yeah, so I don't think there's anything there. Yeah, maybe I can't do it. It would be nice to have something where you could disable this just so I could see the armor. Because a lot of this stuff, like for the collar, I kind of had to go by, you know, just visual, like, well, it's kind of this, and it connects to there, and it kind of connects to the other side, and it looks like it will overlap okay here. Like, it was, you know, it was pretty annoying to negotiate, we'll say. So I think I want to preserve the collar, first thing. So we are going to duplicate these three. I'm going to get rid of the underscores here, because these are going to have real textures. And I'm going to move these to their corresponding texture. So I'm going to put a dash here, and then we're going to try and give this an identifier. You know, I think I'll do 3-2-1. Oops, -1. There we go. That way it's linked there, even though all of that doesn't have an animation, it just links to the upper torso. I think that's what we're gonna want. Okay, so the armor for lower torso here, we're gonna duplicate this. I'm going to move this on top. We're gonna get rid of the underscore. This is going to be dash base -1. Because I can foresee me putting multiple layers. If I want a robe, it's gonna have to be parted in the side, and then I'm gonna have to have something in the middle. So this is going to be the base, probably the middle cloth looking part, and then I'm gonna have to add another 1, 2, so I'll have base 1, which is the middle, and then 2, and then 3 to kind of make that jacket look. For the upper arm, we're going to want to duplicate the upper arm. I'm going to want to delete that. Okay, so this one goes right here. Dash base -1. Let's get rid of the underscore again. And then we're going to want to duplicate this. This is going to be an add-on of this. Dash base -1. I wonder if I shouldn't do the -1s. I could just do it like this. Move that up so it makes sense. Yeah, because I could just have a base, and then I can specifically call each side. I'm thinking. I'll leave the numbering there. So that's done. That's done. The arm is done. I'm going to duplicate this. We're going to do the other arm next. Which means I get rid of this. I can get rid of this. Dash base. Duplicate that, stack it here, get rid of the underscore, dash base. I can move this up so it makes sense. So its left and right arm assemblies are done. And that's going to be the upper arm and the shoulder piece. So I can minimize those. We're going to have lower arm stuff now. And it looks like this right here is just a holder anyway, so I don't have to duplicate this, but I do have to duplicate these 3. Because it looks like each one of these is part of the arm itself, so we'll duplicate that. Pop that in, get rid of the underscore, do a dash base, duplicate this, hop in, dash base, and then duplicate that. Anchor it. And then that arm is done. duplicate this, dash base, duplicate this, dash base, get rid of the underscore, then duplicate this. All right, the arms are done. Now we just have the bottom coat part. I think it looks like there is just the one actual piece, which is this. So I could just duplicate this. Dash base, and then duplicate that. Anchor it. Dash base. Okay, file, save. All right, so now that we saved that, we're gonna have to come back in here. I have to remap this. We're gonna have to do some manual rewrites here. So I'm gonna wanna look for anything that's default, and I'm gonna manually scroll through now because everything's gonna have the default transparent texture. So I'm going to now remap this with a specific name, and I can say this could be... Maybe I can make this material 1. Material 1. So we're gonna have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like we got it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do that. And when we're done, it's going to look like it did before we put the transparent textures on, but at least we'll have like the base layer, and then we're gonna build on top of that. We may actually have to come back in here and redo some of the arm pieces because the internal, like the material 1 is going to be like the cloth underneath. The jacket part, we'll name that like material 2. But some of the arm, right, it doesn't make sense to have like another arm overlay for like the outer jacket part. That should just be the jacket part. In which case, we'll just kind of go back through what we're doing and then just turn it to like material 2. And then, you know, kind of piece it all together. Hey, Bernardo. Vice and V? Yeah. How cute, huh? How you doing, Bernardo? Does Forge, Neo Forge have its release yet? Can I start making Minecraft mods again? Funny thing is, if I make a Minecraft mod, it'll probably be like a replica of this mod. You know, get this magic mod out there in the Minecraft world. That or my machines mod, one or the other. All right, so now that we manually rewrote everything, we're gonna save, we're gonna fireball it in. What I'm gonna do here is file new. The reason why I'm not keeping this model is because it has all of the old stuff, and as soon as I make a change here and save it, it's gonna rewrite everything we manually did, so you gotta pull it back into the editor. But again, right, so it's all transparent stuff. Now with the new mappings, we just have to make sure that I didn't mess anything up and there's no like kind of that graphic glitching, you know? Ah, delicious. Oh, I forgot to put the mapping in for material 1. Hold on. It's gonna look all cattywampus on us here. All weird. So material 1. There we go. So yeah, this is what it looks like because it doesn't have any mapping, so it's gonna be all over the place. So we're gonna fireball it in, and I just gotta do another reload. Whoops. What do I want to eat for lunch today? Or dinner? I don't know. Pizza? Maybe? Maybe pizza? Could go to like the Olive Garden or something. Eat some pasta. And I already see one thing that I forgot to copy. The center chest piece. But it looks like everything else is good. I'm not seeing any of that Z fighting. So let's look back in our model. Not that one. I'm just going to close that out because I don't need that anymore. We're going to do file new, right? Nope, file open. We're going to get the body back up. We're going to use the seraph. So this right here is, oh, I didn't duplicate it. Oh, whoops. So I got to duplicate this. We got to delete that out. Delete, delete. This goes back up top. Dash base. Shift it up. File save. So this right here needs to become material 1. There we go. Save that. I need to copy and fix the model. Boop. Fireball it in and reload. I don't know about that. I know that latest snapshot from Wednesday changed many things once again. And even Fabric, which usually updates in a few hours, is having a hard time. Not close to an update. Oh, jeez. It's a fashion choice. Vice is such a fashionist guy. You know it. There we go. So now we have the preserved skeletal outline. And now we also have a model we can start building off of. So let's look at textures now. Let me shut down the game so I can make some new files. Textures, humanoid, body, chest. Here we go. So I'm starting to separate things out. Good, good, good. So instead of chest, I'm gonna copy and paste this. So instead of chest, this will be undercloth, we'll say. This could be outer leather. Or better yet, I should reverse the words here. So it should be leather outer. And it should be cloth, because I may have different kinds of cloth, but I will want all of the cloth to come up in the same area when it's alphabetical order. So all the leathers and all the cloth should come up the same. So this is our soon-to-be leather texture. Let's pull up the in-game leather texture. Kind of take a little peek here. So vintage story, assets, survival, textures, block, leather. So these are our different leathers that we have here. You know, for now, maybe we could just do. I'm just gonna do plain. Whatever. I can always swap the color. This is for testing purposes, so doesn't matter. Hopefully this is a repeating texture that I don't really have to do much with. Kind of repeating. All right, it's good enough. So we're going to save that. We have to go back into the mapping here. Where is it? Right here. I'm going to just push this up. So now for body, for material 1, yeah, see, it's all over the place. So we'll look at tier 4. So it's going to be body. Material 1 is going to be cloth under. I'm going to make a material 2. And that's going to be leather outer. I'm going to copy these and we're going to transpose them over. You know what? Actually, I'm not going to do anything else. I'm going to just focus on the tier 4 armor. We'll build it with the tier 4 and then I'll paste all the keys in and then we can pick and choose, right? And that's how we're going to be able to turn one piece of armor into all 3. So, hooray! We're going to save that. Now I need to come in here. We need to think about the armor, right? So something like this. The shoulders are definitely going to be like an outer material. This part, right, the upper arms, probably an outer material as well. So we're going to be looking for this. Boop. So instead of material 1, this is all going to be material 2. And then we'll look at this one. So this is the one we're going to want. Copy that key. Look for this. Oh, I already found it. What about that upper arm? Oh, here it is. Okay, that's the key that I want. So all of this is going to be that material 2. And I will do the other side. So this is going to be material 2 as well. And then this key will also be material 2. So material 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and 2. All right, we're gonna save this. Going to fireball it up top, or we're gonna rebuild and then we're gonna restart the game. You know what? I think I should also just make material 2 the collar too, right? Because the collar's definitely going to be it's definitely going to be a leather collar, I'm thinking. Or at least for now it's going to be. So we could start up here. This will all be material 2 as well. This part of the collar, material 2. And this part of the collar, also material 2. There we go. All right, we're gonna save that. I'm going to rebuild. Now we're gonna start the game, and we're gonna see what the armor's starting to look like with some of the outer leather material on it. And again, right, it's called leather for now. That's why I named it in material 1, 2, 3. If I suddenly want to make a new texture, I'm like, no, it's going to be like black cloth on the outside, or however I make it. And finally, I could just swap out material 2 for whatever it is. Okay, so now we're starting to get an idea of what we want to do, right? So the leather doesn't look too bad. One thing too, you'll notice for the leather, like you'll see like the lines and stuff. I can clean that up in the texture. I can also randomize the pattern as well, so it's not, you know, so repetitive. We're not doing any randomization. Right now it's about kind of picking and choosing what we want. And I think... yeah, I think we're definitely on the right track here. All right, let's focus on the chest now. Let's get the chest going. Oh, look at that. Hold on. Let's zoom in. Do you see the top part there? How it's not 100%. So let's look at that collar. We may have something messed up. So that would be the, what is it? The right collar, I believe. I think it's, oh yeah, look at that. A 1, 2. So let's fireball this back in. Let's get rid of that. So when you see something glitched like that, like it's a partial texture of something else and it's kind of transparent, it means that it's kind of in between mappings, right? It doesn't have an actual texture mapping. It's just using kind of what's ever available. Turns out that it just comes up as like gobbledygook. There we go. So the collars are now fixed. Good. All right, let's build things with the chest piece. Now what we have to do, because we did all that manual stuff, I got to go to File, New. Don't save the project. File, Open. We're gonna open this back up. Now, well, we gotta bring in our serif. There we go. Now it kind of pulled in all of my current mappings. That way we don't have to redo all that again. So let's take a look at the chess piece, right? So it's gonna be this chess piece. I'm gonna duplicate it twice. And what we are gonna do is for this piece, we're gonna cut this in half, so if it's 7, we can make it 3. And then for this can also be 3, but we're gonna have to push it 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, because again, we want like the open cloth kind of concept here. Now I think what we can do, so how do I want to do this? I don't think I want like 3D depth as much for this. So I think it's okay if it looks like it's one layer, but as long as it looks like it's open, you know? And if that is the case, then really all I have to do is just push this out a tiny decimal point. And then this one, I would have to push out that same tiny decimal point to get rid of like Z fighting. I would also have to push it out similar on the other side. So this would be a negative 0.01. I could do base dash. This would be the right side, right? Because, yep, that would be right. So this would be base dash L for left. Gonna do a file save. We'll see what this looks like. And again, these are going to be material 2, because this is going to have to be the leather. Here we go. File, save. What I probably want to do to get ahead of this is we're also going to change one of the base leather. How do I want to do this? I think I know, but you know, we'll focus on the front first, and then I think I'm going to make another block, and then that will be the back, and then we'll make another block, and that will round out the top, and then I can round out the bottom too. I'll make another block, and we'll start rounding out the bottom. I think that's going to be the better way to do this, which means I need to bring this down a decimal point. Like that, and I'll bring this down decimal point, and we got to bring it up, I think, 2 decimal points, like that. That way everything's resized better. All right, I think that's what we're gonna want. So let's do a file save. See, I just messed up my own stuff because I didn't reopen when I renamed these, so it happens. But at least everything is resized the way I think I want it. A lot of building these models, it's just going to be about kind of guesstimating like what the final product's going to look like, and then just trying it out. It's like it's basically the best you can do with this stuff. All right, let's take a look at it. So we have to come up top. I have to remap to the in-game player. And let's reload. So we should have our 2 pieces. It should look like leather on the outside, and we'll see what it looks like the gap in between. And we can play with things from there. For the top, we're gonna have to make 3 blocks to kind of attach like the leather to the outside frame. So that's what it looks like now up top. If we notice, I have to bump this down like 1, I think. Or you know what? That actually doesn't look too bad. Having the collar kind of going up. I kind of like that. Yeah. Just that one side that's not mapped correctly, it looks like. So let's fix that. So what I'm gonna have to do, right? File new, file open. That way we preserve what we've done. Pull up that serif. So since we are looking at the player from this angle, it's going to be this side. This needs to move up. Actually, let me make sure I didn't mess up the mapping on this. Yep, I messed up the mapping. Ha! So it doesn't have to move up at all. I just need to, you know, not mess things up. So we're going to do save, fireball. All right, let's reload. I'm trying to think how I want the shoulders to look. Kind of want them to like bulge out a little, like, you know, pauldrons, but then again, it's not plate, right? It's leather. But you are a mage. I could put like gemstones on it, like put gemstones around. I think that'd look pretty cool. So that's our front. See how it kind of tucks in so you can look up, and it's going to look like there's that crease there, right? All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting something that looks good. We have to do the same thing to the bottom piece now. The yeah, that bottom piece. The hardest part is we're gonna have to align that line, right? You know, the line in the center. But I think it's something we can do. It may take a couple times, and we have to fix this back. Which again, right? That's something that's not going to be too hard to do. Actually, for fixing the back, I think we can just reuse. Let me see here if I tuck in, because we will have that line. How do I want to do this? What's the way that's going to make the most sense? I think the thing that's going to make the most sense here is making another block for the back, because the problem is you can't see it right now because it's our angle, but if someone's looking down, you'll see the cloth, because like you'll see this, right, like that part right there where my name is, that will actually show up in the back. So we're gonna have to put another block on the back, and it should hide the crease up top that we're seeing with the collar and the crease underneath it, and then we can make the whole back will look pretty good. So we're gonna do open again, body, open. There we go. So it's going to be this. We are going to want to duplicate this. Delete. Put this in here. So base dash back. And now for this, we're going to want to push it down a decimal point. You know, we'll push it down 2 to prevent any, like, glitching out. Which means that I'm going to have to push this up. Or better yet, you know what? We can move this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could do something like this. This may be better. Okay. Still want to push it down 2 decimal points. I'm going to want to pop this out 0.02 maybe. And then the top needs to go up 3, I believe. 3 or... yeah, we'll try 3. We'll see if there's any graphical kind of tearing going on there, any glitching out. I think we'll need to push this in a decimal point. Right? And then we're gonna have to push this back too. All right, let's see what this looks like here. We're gonna do file, save, paste that in. We're gonna have to come down to this back, turn this into material 2, because we want it to look like the outer coat. Fireball it in. All right, let's see how close we got it, trying to build it in our head. And that's why you should learn Java first. Actually, that doesn't help me out here, Bernardo, because we ain't using Java. You keep saying learn Java, Bernardo. We're not in the Java world. Oh, look at that. Okay, so it's close. I can see some issues, but we are definitely closer here. Look at that, huh? How's the collar look up top? You know, I could probably extend it a little more, but we're not getting anything on the sides, any of those issues. We are seeing the glitching up top, though. Have you noticed that? I do notice that. Let's do this kind of free look. Yeah. So I could extend it a little more for sure, and I gotta bump it up one. But I think that would just about get it. So let's do file new, file open, body. Use the serif. All right, so for this back piece, it needs to, you know, we will push it back one, push this forward one. We're gonna make this 40. Yeah, we'll make it 44. And I'm going to save that. And we're gonna come right up top. I'm gonna paste this in. And now what I'm going to do to fix that weird graphical tearing, it's actually right here. What's that axis? I think it's east. I think it's east that we want to retexture. So armor upper torso base, armor upper torso rear, no, base. It's gonna be the east, I said, right? So that should be material 2. All right, let's give it a try. Hence the quotes, duh. Come on, man. You're not reading the quotes. Those darn quotes get you every time. All right, I'm not seeing any of the weird glitching anymore, which is awesome. Awesome, awesome. Let's zoom in. Looks good. Yeah, that does look pretty darn good. I do see that line, right? That line. The top collar looks good. Sides look pretty good. Yeah, you can't even really tell, you know, what we did. But again, that line. Oh, I wonder if I did the wrong facing for that. Because it looks like it is the undercloth there. So the question is, you know what? I may have to do a little more. So if that was east, why don't we do north and south of that same block? So we'll turn north and south into it as well, because technically that should be leather anyways. So we're gonna fireball that in, do a reload. So far I don't see the line. Yep, looks like that did it. Our collar looks good. We got the part in the front. That looks pretty good. I can't tell if there's gonna be any graphic-y stuff. Oh, it looks like, okay, so I could see the bottom. It looks like it actually will cover it, so we will not have that slit in the front, in the back. Good, good, good. All right. Let's zoom out a little. All right, so let's make the bottom piece now. We're gonna have to do some adjustment with that, but I think we got it. I think it won't be that bad to do. Who knows? It could be really bad. let's see, right? Let's take a gander at it. This is going to be the torso here. So torso base, we're going to duplicate this twice. We're going to have one side. What are we looking at? Ah, man, I'm already dealing with decimal points. This kind of sucks. Need some Batman nipples. Yeah, we do. That's how he picks the locks to get into the buildings, you know. Alfred, I'm trying to enter the building. Speak dirty to me. Master Bruce. Alfred, lives are at stake. That's so wrong. You know what I should do? Let's do some, you know, for now, we're just gonna have this. This is going to be the right version of this. Or better, you know what? Let's do new before I do anything else, right? Let's make sure we reopen a fresh version of this model. There we go. We're gonna click on the lower torso. We're gonna duplicate this, move it up. Now we're gonna call this -R for right. Now we're gonna play with the yeah, because that's not gonna be too much. So technically this would be half, right? Yeah, I can already tell that it's not gonna be what we want. Let's try to size this. So I need to go in the negatives here. We need to push this back as well, a negative decimal point. I need this to go like that. We need to bring this down a little bit. We need to bring it up too. There we go. Now I can click on each one anyways, so I'm gonna eyeball it the best I can. And then we will take a look at it. Yeah, see, it's still over too much. Ooh, that looks close, but not quite. What if I do like a 7.5? I mean, we could try it. We could try it. Let's do file, save. We gotta go to the top. Kind of annoying you have to constantly remap the backdrop shape, or else it all goes all over the place. So this is going to be the arm lower torso base. Arm lower torso base, so this will be material 2. File, save, reload. Cast spell, cold nips. You feel your nipples become like diamonds. You can open any door. Alright, here we go. So the front, ah, man, it's like close. Look at that. I think if we bump it up 1, we should have it. So it should be like 7.6. Oh wait, and I just did the remapping, right? So let's new, open it back up. There we go. Now I can click on it and then we can bump it up 1. Because now when I hit save, I'm not going to have to remap the textures. I will have to remap this, but I had to do that anyways. There we go. Done. All right, let's reload. by making the model like this too, like I can add like, you know, the inner collar too. Like I can make that a different texture and puff it out. There's going to be a lot more that we can do. Like I could have kept this as a basic texture. Oh man, it's closer, but it's not close enough. Damn you. Can I manually edit it? Like, do I have to? Like, is one of these the dust? Oh no, it puts it in a weird format. I can't do that. From to, I'm not gonna do that mental math. I'm just gonna come back in here and be like, yeah, see, this is the voxel size. This is what I want it to be. So let's do like 7.7, or you know what? No, not. Let's do like 7.8. Let's bump it up 2. I think that may be more what we're looking for. Reload. See, and once we size this just right, then I can duplicate it, and then I can bring and shift the whole thing over so it aligns on the other side, and then I can use that coat as the point for the other side. Oh, my kitty wants to leave. I'll be right back. Maisie. There you go, sweetie. There you go. Good luck. Godspeed. Oops. There we go. This was latched onto my other headset. There we go. Perfect. How we looking? All right, you know what? That is really damn close. I think we're done. I think we're done with that side. We're not getting any of the glitching going on still. Yeah, look at that. Kind of works pretty well. Yeah, all right. This is looking good. Now we have to duplicate it on the other side, and then we're gonna have to do like the legs too, you know, and have it make sense with the legs as you're walking. Although I think the bottom legs will be pretty easy. I think I could just make it whatever the coat color is at that point. But yeah, okay, so let's duplicate it. So file, new, file, open. Make sure I preserve everything that I just did. Click on that. All right, so we are gonna have to duplicate this. This will become the left-hand side. And let's move this over 1, 2, 3, 4. No way, is it gonna be nice and neat? Oh, I think that did it. Really? Did that do it? No, it did not. It overextended a little, maybe. Yeah, it did. Okay. Damn it. So let's deal with the positioning. Using this as a guide. God, it's so hard to see without, like, having textures mapped. If I make that a line, right? So, actually, if I realign this... Yeah, see, now I could see it a little better. So let's try, like, an 8.5. Nope. An 8.3. 8.0? Ooh, that almost has it, huh? Let's try that. Okay, okay. So we'll give that a try. I think it needs to be like an 8.1 maybe. Because if we align this the best we can. All right, you know what? I'm gonna make it an 8.2. Okay, we'll try that. File, save. See, and the good part is since I duplicated the thing with the correct mapping, we don't have to worry about it because it's already going to inherit material too from what I duplicated. So we should just be able to reload. We should have the other piece. Now I want it to be, if it's a little off to the one side, I want it to be off equally on the other. as equal as I can get it. Like, I don't think anyone's gonna be really thoroughly examining this up close and be like, ah, it's a pixel off. And if they do, you know what? It's not my problem. Oh my god, I think I aligned it better than the other side. Like, that is dead on. Do you see that right now? That is dead on. Wow. Wow. Okay. You know what that means? That means that I can figure out how off I am on the one side by, you know, as when this side is covered, this side should be covered as well. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna leave that alignment, since that is like as good as I am going to get it. Like, oh wow. We are going to extend this out to like 9. No, not 9. 8. Maybe 8. And then this is going to be... Oh boy. I mean, would this also be an 8? 8-0? File, save. This is actually going to be one of the you know, this is going to be the hardest piece of armor. The leggings are not going to be hard at all. You made the mistake of making one of them perfect. Yeah, that's what she said. Oh, Moobot. Moobot. Look at that. That lines up pretty damn well. Oh, we are 1 decimal point off, because if you look, I could see it's like literally pixeled off. So all I have to do here is make this 8-1. Make this 8-1. That should solve all the problems and we can move on. Boop. Exactly, Moozy. Moobot. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Perfect. Perfect. Perfect on both sides. We're doing it. We're doing it. All right. So now we got to fix the back. We're going to do it the same way. We're going to create that other block. Let's crouch here. Take a look at the hind quarters. I think with this, I'm going to be a little different, because this kind of goes into the upper, so I don't have to worry about things as much. All right. So since we have this perfect, we're going to do file new, right? I want to preserve everything and all the mappings. We're going to create a new remap to here. All right, so I'm going to duplicate this outside piece now. We're going to duplicate this. I'm going to delete that, delete that. This is going to be base dash back. Move it into here. Okay, so now this is going to go... Ooh, I'm going to have to go negative 0.02, right? Because I'm going to have to offset it a little bit more. Now we're going to want to go 1. Oh, we're going to want to go 1, 2, possibly 2, possibly just 1. Nah, we'll go 2. 1, 2. Right, so it lines up quite nicely. For this, I am going to want this to stick out to there. And just so it blends well, I'm going to want to push the side in think 0, 1, right? Which means I have to get rid of that and make that 0. I think that will do. Just in case, I'm gonna just bump it up by 1, so it doesn't overlap with anything in case someone ever gets like inside, you know. All right, gonna do a file save. So I have to look at the arm, lower torso, base, back. Base, back. See, okay, that's all material 1. We want to change that to material 2. All of it. We're going to save that. I'm going to... Nope, don't want to paste that. That was a mistake. Copy, paste, save, fireball. All right. Let's see if we fixed the back. Because when you crouch, I want it to look like the coat's covering, right? But we got to make sure we leave that slit so it doesn't just like stop right at the crotch. There needs to be like 1 or 2 full, like, you know, parts over. So far it's looking good. Not seeing any glitching out here. We zoom in. Yeah, it looks like it's overlapping quite well. What happens when we crouch? What's our hindquarters look like? Look at that. That looks pretty darn good. But if we stand up, I think it's covering us quite well. Let's take a look at the side. Yeah, look at that. I'd say that's got it. So we have our coat kind of done. We just get to retexture whenever we want. Oh yeah, see, so if you hold right click, I could see the top. So that looks good. That looks good. Yeah, look at that. Perfect. And now that I made these models, it's going to be easy to put like coat linings on, gems, you know, whatever runes or anything that I want on the equipment. I can basically do anything I want. I'm not bound by trying to make a texture look right with pixels. I can make lines as fine as I want. Just kind of like how you see in the gem for the mock circlet that I made there. See how like I have that nice like dark outline, like the gems kind of socketed in there? So I can do intricate things like that with the armor now, doing it this way, that you just can't accomplish otherwise. All right, so let's back out here. Let's zoom out. Boop, boop. Last part is going to be the leggings here. The leggings are going to be a little harder to do because they are at an angle, and as you walk, it's going to look a little different. The game, I noticed in a lot of the armor, it just doesn't care. What kind of modeling sorcery are you talking about? Well, I'm talking about, like, you see how, like, you know, if you look at different armor, here, I'll show you here. Yeah, we'll look at it like this. Right? So this is one of the in-game armors. Now it looks like, you know, it's like all strapped up, but you see the difference there, like it's kind of off to one side because you're bound by your pixels. And look, it's glitching through like the armband. You know, like what I can do is, like, if I want to make like fine lines now, you know, kind of like the circlet, right? You know, like, see how it looks like a thin dark outline with the middle piece? I can do things like that in my model now. I'm not bound by, you know, like this pixelation texture, getting something super hyper realistic and then trying to move the image. Like for my stuff, it's, you know, like each different texture that you see overlapping is a different model that I can attach other blocks to. So I can do like glowing outlines now, you know, like, and I do want to have like glowing runes on the shoulder pads that like glow in the dark. You know, like I can do a lot of things now, and I preserved all of the animations too, so my armor will go with the flow. And if you see here, let's zoom out, right? Or yeah, zoom out. Like, see the, you know, it was glitching before. It's not glitching, you know, with my new armor right here. So we got, you know, the new armor's mapping a lot better.
My mom is making dinner for us for later.
Yeah.
Mary's on her way. I need a shower. Can you watch her one?
Yeah, sure. All right, no problem. All right, everyone. And it looks like that is it. I got to go watch the little man. I don't know how long it's going to take. I can put a be right back message on. But I guess, you know what? I'm going to try be right back. I don't think it's going to take long. Freya's got to go shower. Oh, so it's more code sorcery? Wait, how did you do it? I'll show you, Blurry. I'll have to be AFK like 5, maybe 6, 7 minutes. But I will be right back. I will meditate with the book. And I will pull up... and we got to remap the arms, too, because I got to put that in the leather layer as well. But yeah. We will do this. I will... Here we go. Faint whispers. Bam. I will be right back. We'll put it on a good spell. You know what? We'll do revive. Yeah. No, wait. Fly. I think fly is my favorite spell. There we go. All right. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Wow, it's hot in here. One sec. We need a 16-bit version of Vice. Yeah. Right, Blurry? There we go. Okay. Welcome back. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. I don't think that was too bad of a little break. Blurry, you there? All right, welcome. All right, everyone's here. So I'll show you what I'm doing here, Blurry. This is the model that we're working with. Basically, I start off with like the basic Seraph. It's a little harder to see because I'm not importing textures. But the way I'm building this up is in a couple layers. I have the default layers that you kind of see all throughout here. Let me minimize things. Right, so you know, like the different like lower arm parts, right? Like I have like the elbow, you know, everything's kind of mapped to the player. In the beginning of the stream, I went through and adjusted everything. That way, you know, like if you have like an armband on in the game, you'll be able to see it. It's not like graphically cutting through, you know, my wrist piece there. You can kind of see that, you know, it wraps around over the armor and there's no glitching or anything. Once I did that, and I had like my base set of armor, I set all of those textures to being transparent, and then I'm piggybacking off of those. That way I can preserve all the armor animations. And now what you're seeing here is we're making like the coat, right? So each different texture that you see is actually a different model. So instead of something like this, right, this is one of the in-game pieces of armor. And you can see for the most part it does work well, but I mean, look at the arm, right? I'm a clockmaker, and that kind of, you know, meshes a little bit weird. You could see like the line, right? The coat is like off center, but again, right, it's all pixel based. So that's going to be what you're limited by, is trying to make something with your texture. I no longer have to worry about something like that. You know, with the new way I'm doing my armor, you could see there, you know, like that's the new piece of armor. And then now I can add, you know, I can like build on top of this, which is what we're doing, to make whatever I want. I envision like a coat, you know, like right now it looks like leather. I could turn the texture into anything and it's just going to remap. I can put glow runes on top. You know, like sky's the limit what I can do now. What I should do here is, let's do the lower arm. Let's retexture that so it is the leather as well. I believe the arm piece, you know, like I think I want to put runes on that part right there. Maybe some kind of glowing thing right there as well. And then we can put cuffs on, and the cuffs could maybe be like the inside cloth material. So way you are importing your armor is not how vanilla armor is in the game. Well, it is and it isn't. Vanilla armor is kind of like all over. What I did is I actually started off with like plate armor as the model, and then I added different parts to it, like the collar on top. And then I use that as the skeletal base, and I'm overriding, so I'm setting that to transparent, and then I'm creating the actual textured layers that like stick to the armor, right? So I preserve animation. Last time I checked, when modeling armor, there was no player model in it. Oh, I can show you how to do that. So what you would do is, so for something like this, right? Let's do File, New, right? So what you could do is, like if I open the body armor, you can map a backdrop shape. So if you look here, that's what the armor looks like, regular. Doesn't, you know, it just kind of throws it all together. But if you pick the Seraph shape from, I'll show you where it is here. So I'm in like the game textures here. So I believe it's Assets, Game, Shapes, Entity, Humanoid, Seraph. This right here, you could map that as a backdrop, right? So watch what happens when I open it. It brings in the character. So this is like the overlay for like the hairs, all the different things you can do. And then you can build your armor on top of that. That way it can preserve those animations. And then it's actually right in here. You would do the backdrop shape. You would just point it to the entity humanoid Seraph. So that's how I'm actually making my armor. And that's how I can do, like, for the collar, right? So you have like the cloak and you have the inner cloth. I can put thin lines similar to, like, you know, look at the headpiece. See how I have like the gems, but I have the dark, like, you know, what they're socketed into. I'm not bound by pixels anymore. I can make this model as intricate as I want, you know, and I don't have to worry about, oh well, the pixel size is this, does it clash with that, you know, like it's independent. Yeah, so that's basically what we're doing. It took me a little time in the beginning. Like I said, I didn't want the weird, you know, graphical issues, right? You know, with like the things that you wear, because I want, you know, I want things to overlay pretty good, you know, look pretty good. But yeah, so let's fix that bottom piece. That's going to be pretty easy. I can just come down to here. Oh, you know what we'll do? We'll put a cuff on first. Like a little cuff at the bottom. So to do that, I'm going to duplicate this layer. Instead of base, well, instead of that's going to be base cuff. And now that we have that, I only want it to be maybe like that, right? I can have it go down 1, 2. Let's do like 2, 5. Now what I can do is, let's back it out. How do I want to do this math? If I do 0.5, like a negative 0.5 from both directions, then I would have to add, I believe, an entire 1. Whoops, 8. So I would have to add 1 in both directions to make the cuff. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. And I'm gonna have to do the same thing on the other side. So for the right cloak, here we go, duplicate, base dot, let's do cuff, C-U-F-F. Attach it to there. And again, I'm going to want to set the positioning to 0.5 on both. We're going to want to set it down to negative 2.5. Bring this down to, what is it? There we go, right there. So then this would be 8, this would be 4. I think that would make the cuffs. Yeah, the cuffs look pretty good. All right, so we're gonna do a file save. I gotta come back into here and make sure I map it so it overlays on top of the player. I'm gonna look for cuff. Cuff can be material 1, that's fine. The arm themselves we want to rename. So cube 1 arm L. So let's look at cube 1 arm right. We'll make this material 2. Right, so that's going to be our default leather. And then the cuff can stay material 1. And here's the other one. This would be material 2. All right, let's save this, fireball, and reload. That is real nice, to be honest. This will help me later on. Yeah, I noticed a lot of people, you know, like the different armor mods that I saw, they either use the base model that's there, or they just kind of, you know, and just override a different texture on it, or they kind of have a chopped up version of a base texture, right? And then they just kind of, again, it's all about just retexturing. There's nothing that says we can't redo the models, right? So like you see this, now we got the cuff on, right? And the cuff is going to be like the inner cloth. And then, you know, the arm is now the leather. So it's coming together pretty well. It looks like the cuff does not overlap too much. I could move because that's my special wrist piece, I could move it up, or I could move the cuff down just a little bit. But yeah, it looks like it doesn't interfere with the other one. So that, I would say that is a pretty good, that's a slam dunk right there. Although I do think this side, yeah, I could push it down a little bit more. That way it's the same amount of hand that's being exposed on both sides. All right, so to do that, because I just did a bunch of things, I'll do new, open, bring in the body again, bring in the Seraph model. Looking at it, this is the front, this is this part right here. Let's bring it down to like 2.7. No, let's do like 2.8. You know what, let's just do 3. There we go. So I'll do file, save. Up top, I gotta reset the path, save. And we're gonna reload. Maybe even in your part 2 of modeling tutorial, who knows these days? Yeah, right. Part 2 is, it's recorded, I just have to edit it. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to kind of focus on this mod, get it out, because until people start giving me feedback, I'm not gonna be sure what I missed, what I need to rebalance. And then I can start with the modding tutorial series again, and then come out with another couple. There we go, look at that. See, it cuffs pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. And it looks like, looking at each side, there's about the same amount of hand that's exposed. So I like that. I like that. But there is more coming to the modding tutorial series, for sure. I'm gonna create a model, a texture material 3. I'm gonna have it be black. I'm gonna see what some accents of black look like on here. So to do that, we're gonna have to shut down the game, because I'm gonna have to create a new texture. So cloth. So see, instead of cloth under, I can call this like cloth black. We're gonna open up this texture. I'm going to look to see what the in-game asset is for this. So if we go under assets, survival, textures, block, cloth, I believe this will be linen, right? Kind of don't like how varied it is, but you know what? We'll use it. Copy, paste, paste. Yeah, I don't like the contrast in it. So what I'm gonna do instead is I'm just going to edit this image here. So we'll go under curves. I'm going to inject. We're gonna reset that. I will set it to black and white. Yeah, see, that's not gonna work well. You know what? I'm just gonna use this as a base texture. There we go. Copy. Paste, paste, paste. So again, right, that's going to be the default texture. I will do a file save. Now I'm going to have to go into here. We're going to have to create a new material. I'm going to call this material 3. We're going to have it point to cloth black. Now I can use this in the model. So I can go back into the body. I got to look at the model and see what I named this part here. So it's going to be armor elbow. Armor elbow side. So this right here is going to be material 3. And this one's going to be material 3. And then this part, what do I name it? Armor elbow R. Oh, so I have a side as well. Okay, so... Alright, so this should be material 3. And this should be material 3. So this is going to inject another texture for us. So if I save that, we're going to rebuild because I got to restart the game now. And this is actually how I do things. I'll show you a couple items that I do this kind of modeling with. For sure, to be fair, I'm more excited for Magic ATM. So I figure out how to do creatures at least. Yeah. Yeah, the magic should be fun. You know, it's not like all the magic's in there. There's still going to be work in progress spells. But see, now we have that, right? You know, for like the elbow part. So I can kind of mix and match things now. But I'll show you here. Let's look at Rustbound or Ruststones. So I do the same kind of thing, the same kind of principle with this item here. So you'll notice the runes on it. And the runes glow. It's because I can remap another texture overlay on it. You know, set the transparency. So I can do things like that in my armor now. You know, the way I'm doing this. So I can, yeah, and, you know, just have different parts glow. Which is actually what I want to do in the elbow part. I want it to be kind of like a dark. And then I want to put like an inside brace, like there's a big gemstone in it. And then maybe like another part, like I can etch maybe runes into it. And that could be one of the changeable identifiers as you upgrade your armor. You know, like it just gets more intricate. Maybe it glows more. You know, it's going to be made of a different mana stone material. As you can see, purple is going to be like the maximum mana stone material. Let's see, did I fix the summon light spell? Nah, I didn't fully fix it. Looks like I do make the light, but I got to get rid of the projectile still. Yeah, and it's not going to be something I can delete yet. Yeah, so I guess still got to fix that. It's still work in progress. Yeah, see, and it says WIP. This surface ascent is going to be pretty cool. So the idea behind that is like if you're in a dark area like a cave, you know, like let's say you're here, you're like, oh my god, I need to get out. You know, you can cast surface ascent and it will teleport you to the upmost block so you can get the hell out. Now the thing is, it's going to have a range, so this is a spell that can fail if you're really far down, but if you're a tier 4 mage, you have like 40 blocks for now, you know, that you could like teleport up to. To be honest, that elbow thing feels a bit off-putting. Maybe make them a bit smaller. Yeah, that's something I could do too. Like I can, you know, do this, dress this any way that I want. Because again, right, everything's on the model. I mean, quite honestly, I could probably, if I had the elbow part, part of the like leather, and I just had the piece on the side, it would probably make it look completely different as well. But you know, it's one of those things, like I'll get to it. Like obviously the shoulders, I want some shoulder pads on there too. I want to put more detail into this. Oh yeah, we got to do the legs. Let's remap the legs. And then that should be the entire chest piece. The chest piece is actually like the hardest part. Okay, so I have that, then I have the base, so this is the name I'm looking for. Let's paste that in. So this could be all material 2 for now. Right, so that could be material 2. And then I can just look for the left-hand side. There we go. So that could be all material 2. Suede jacket with elbow patches, right? And that's the thing, like I can modify this to be any texture I want. If I want something that's a little more rugged, any colors I want, you know, I can turn this into any kind of coat that I want once I get the model built. So this is what it would look like here, which I'm kind of okay with, you know, because like for the characters here, let's take off the belt so we can see better. So like your, you know, your crotch, right? You start to kind of part as it is. Kind of looks like as you run, the shirt layer kind of overlaps differently. Like this overlaps kind of weird, the alchemist shirt, the in-game shirt. So what's it like without that? See, that I think that does look better. But see, that's the problem. Like the way the modeling is, like the actual player itself, if you ever notice when you run in armor and stuff, you get like this weird kind of, you know, like your legs are not attached to your hips, they're attached to like your lower abdomen, you know, the pivot point for them. So it's just it's kind of weird. But I think as a whole for a jacket, I mean, that's looking pretty good for like a V1 kind of outline jacket. Let's make inside, let's put like the collar, right? I can maybe make that black going down. It's gonna be really easy to do, right? Because I can do new, clear it out. Let's open the model with all the correct texture mapping. And what I can do is do something like duplicate this, pop it up here. I can do like a liner. For the left, I'm going to duplicate this, and I can call this liner as well. And I don't have to worry about anything with the back. The liner itself, really it's only got to be like 0.5, like a thin liner. And that should be, you know, we'll do it at a 1. We'll do it at a 1. Because that should help get it close to the neck. Now we can offset this a little bit, so I could do like a negative, 0.5? I actually could probably just do a 0.1. And then have it to where it pops out a little bit. Make that a 0.5. This liner is going to be a little harder to do. So I can have the same measurements, right? Like 1, 5, 4, 2, 5. So 1, 5, 4, 2, 0, 5. Okay. 0.5. Now I just have to align it here, so I think I have to what would my position be? So if that's 3, if I do 1, 2, yeah, I can't do 3. I could do something like that. And then maybe bump it 1. The whole thing's gonna have to go down a little bit so it sits right. And then I have to bump it up. Since it's 1, I'm gonna have to bump it up 2 to preserve it as a minimum. So that would become 44. That would become 44. Okay, let's do a file save. Let's see what we got here. What do I call these? Liner. I'll just look for the keyword of liner. So this is going to be material 3. And the other liner will be material 3. I think that's going to be what we need to look at. Again, I have to... It's annoying that you have to remap it each time, but whatever. It's just a simple copy and paste. Now we should have like the collar, and it should be the, you know, the black texture that we made, the black cloth. If I want something more solid, like I could also, with the texture, dynamically change, you know, the pixel size too of each, you know, each color. So I can make it look more realistic too. I can size it back down. But that's not even through the model. All right, so we kind of got it on the one side. Looks like the other side. Oh, I forgot to push it out. Duh. Let's see how it is up top. Let's zoom in. Yeah, see, it's got to be pushed back a little more too. But it looks like the bottom did a good job. And see, we got some modeling, right? It bumps out a little bit. It's going to give it a little more character, which I like. I like it. All right, so we know a couple things we got to fix, right? So for this, let's do File, New, File, Open, because remember, I did change some of the textures. So it's always good to just bring it in fresh. We're going to go back to here. So this needs to go to like 2. Which means the other liner would also have to go to 2. We have to bump this back. We're actually going to bump it back quite a bit. That way we get the same lip. All right, let's try that. File, save. I should only have to modify this. Copy, paste. All right, let's reload. So this should bump it out so it's identical. And then we'll have to bring it down on the other side, you know, that way it connects down. Then maybe after that, let's look at the shoulders. Let's do something more unique with the shoulder pads. I'm still debating on what I actually want to do for the shoulders. I'm not sure. I'll know when I see it. Because the thing is, like, with the character models, I gotta be careful. Like, you can't have big shoulder pads. This isn't World of Warcraft where you can have trash can lids on each arm and everything's just okay. You know, our characters are a little more lanky, so bigger shoulders is gonna look really weird on them. There we go, look at that. It bumps out the same. Let's zoom in. Yeah, that is pretty damn near perfect. I'm not seeing any texture overlapping, Z fighting. You know what I would love to do? There's a model in the game. It's a skull, like the deer skull. I want to put a deer skull on one side. And you can easily do it, right? Like I can resize models, but I would love to have that be mounted on like one side, you know? And I'll show you what it is. Is it called skull? Everything. Yeah, this is it, because Tyrone made it a mask. So there's this mask. I want this on my shoulder, or maybe on the belt, like on a belt, just like shrunk down. I'm thinking it would look good on the shoulder. But I kind of want to do that. I've been thinking about it. I think I want to do that. That's why I want to, once we're done with this collar, I want to go to the shoulder, because I think the shoulders, I don't want the same thing on both sides. I want one side to be more flared out. But I don't know, like that feels more necromancer, but that's usually what I gravitate towards. So I don't know. It's something that I want to do. But I'm not sure how it would look. I'd have to resize it, obviously. But I have influenced you. Blurry, way before I even live streamed, if I could be a necromancer or a shadow knight in a game, that's normally a class that I played. It may not have been my main, but I've always played. Like, let's see, EverQuest literally had a shadow knight and a necromancer. EverQuest 2, again, shadow knight, necromancer. Age of Conan, I was a necromancer. Oh my god, you named the game. Guild Wars 2, when I did the beta into the alpha release, I was a necromancer. Are there tiers of robes? Yes, there are. There's going to be a tier, it's like 3 tiers of robes. And the thing too is, I don't know if you saw, but the robes and like all pieces of armor actually increase your magical stats. So you can get like plus mana, plus, you know, reduced mana cost or cast time. You know, you can get certain reductions. That way, the idea is like, you know, fireball. Let's say you're a max tier 4 mage and you want to do a max tier 4 spell. You have to have the equipment on. If you don't, like Pyroblast is going to take 24 seconds to cast. It's going to use 100 mana points out of your pool of, you know, whatever it is. Here, let me show you the difference here. We'll meditate. You're such a necromancer, yeah. Same thing, if I could be evil, I'll be it, yeah. So let's pull up Pyroblast. There it is. Right, so this is the basic stats without armor, you know, so 16 points of damage, right? But it's going to cost 100 mana. Your maximum mana would be 200, so you could do this spell twice, and then you'd have to, you know, meditate again. 24-second cast is a long time, but if you have all the good equipment on, which let me make sure I have all the good equipment on. Yep, all the timeless, I got the celestial. So that suddenly becomes only 45 mana. My maximum mana is 400, so that's an easier pill to swallow, and a 6-second cast time to cast Fireball. Or Pyroblast. That's so much better. So, like, you can, you know, you can forego wearing equipment. You could put on some heavy armor or whatever, and you could still cast a spell, but you're going to want to wear the mage armor to get the most out of your casting, your magical abilities. So that's the idea behind all of this. Yeah, and I got some of the modeling work done too. So I got stuff over here. So like the books, I like the books. I may end up doing like make them look slightly different as you kind of level up. Maybe I'll make more material, but I figure with the wands, whatever base wood you use for your wand, I will preserve that, so you can have like a, you know, a purple heart staff. But this is like the inert staff, right? So I kind of have, you know, the accents in there. And then you could turn it into, you know, like the actual castable, right? This is when it's like soulbound to you. I've been playing with this head. Like, I wanted to redo this head a little bit, but I think I like the smaller crystal. But I think this, like, cane part is actually going to be for this tier. And then this one, it's going to look different. Like, I may cut it off here, and then I may have the branches kind of start to grow up a little bit, and then I can have this, like, embedded in the wood itself. So the idea is, right, you take this crystal and then you like plant the seed of magic, right? And as you cast with your wand and you level it up, it turns into like a magical gem, and then, you know, a magical gem, right? And then your staff evolves, and then the final form would be, depending on if you went like fire mage, right, you would have like a completely different staff shape. So that's the idea behind all of this. But it's still work in progress. I gotta do the armor first. Can I wear the rage armor? Yeah, you know, even like World of Warcraft, like I was a warlock. It was the closest thing that I could get to a necromancer. And then when Shadow Knights came out, or Death Knights, I was a Death Knight. So that's me. It's my preference. You know, I could extend this out. Let's take a look here. Yeah, look at that. I could have that color go in more. I guess it doesn't matter. I guess that doesn't matter. Rage quit, more like it, right? All right, so for this, let's do the bottom part again. New, open. This takes no time at all. This guarantees that I'm not going to have any weird texture remapping to redo, since I've already done it all. We'll start off with this. I'm going to duplicate this, pop it up top. We're going to call this a liner. I'm gonna duplicate this. We'll pop it up top. This will also be called a liner. We'll start with this liner because it's going to be easier. I'm going to want to do some of the things the same, right? So I'm going to want to bump both out one whole piece. I am going to... what's the size here? 0.5. I'm going to want that to be the same as well. So 0.5 for that liner, 0.5 for that one. And I need it to go down a little bit, so let's do a negative 0.01. This is going to be the same, negative 0.01, which means the top I'm going to have to increase this by 0.02. Dun, ba-dun. This is not going to have to go as far back, so if I have 2 set here, I will try out 2 here, and I'll give it a little bit more. That way, it's when you're crouching, I don't want to see the liner. I may end up setting this at like a 2.0, but we'll see. We'll see. You know, I probably should do it. Just make it like a solid 2. Okay, now this is gonna have to be pushed over a little bit. I think I only did 1 decimal point, right? Yeah, I only did 1. So for this, it's gonna have to be 1 for this. This is gonna get a little more tricky because I have to align this over here. About a 0.5. Nope, 0.1. Would that do it? No, I think it's got to be a 0.2. Okay, I think that may have done it. We'll see. So we'll do File, Save. Again, I have to go in here. We need to normalize this. I need to look at the liners. Because there's going to be 2 more liners that... Here we go. Material 2. This needs to be material 3. And then this needs to be material 3. There we go. Save, Fireball, reload. Yeah, a psychiatrist or a psychologist might have a word or two with that obsession vice. I think it's just cool. You know, like Batman, right? You know, you're that, you deal with all the darkness, but you know, you're an anti-hero. The funny part is I also love playing paladins, so I like both sides. These days I do like paladin a little bit more. Vanguard, that was another game that I played. And in Vanguard, I'll leave that. Vanguard, it was, you know, the necromancer. Like, it wasn't my favorite class mechanic. There we go. Look at that, lined up perfect. It bumps up enough too to where it, again, it's giving a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit of that 3D kind of model. I don't want the eyes to be like drawn to it, but I want enough to where like this is a coat, right? Maybe I could, if I want to, I could put buttons on one side. I don't think I'm going to. Let's take a look at other pieces of armor. So other pieces of clothing. Anything that I can make use of for like a shoulder pad. Believe it or not, I look at something like that, I'm like, if I cut off that, like just have the top part and then just overlaid that and flopped it over, I think that would actually it would look pretty cool, I think. You know, something like that, like I could preserve like the fan or the fins or something, you know, on these pieces of armor. And I can shrink it down, right? And then just have it go on the shoulder for a shoulder pad. Oh man, I could do something like a rabbit thing on the side. Surgeon mask. Crow mask. There we go. Malefactor. Cat that mask. Rotwalker? The hell's a Rotwalker? Rotten King mask. See, a lot of the stuff I gravitate towards, I gotta watch it, because a lot of it's gonna be like, you know, more dark themed. I don't think I really see much else that I could use. Yeah, for any kind of shoulders. So let's take a look at this item in my hand here. So it'd be pretty easy to chop off that whole bottom of the model. But then again, I mean, it's pretty much like my current shoulder, except I would just bump it out one more. I don't think that's going to be enough. Maybe, you know, maybe for one side. Let's give this a try. Let's do File, New, File, Open. So what side? I kind of want the left side to be kind of intricate, because you cast, like, your character's main hand is the right whenever you do things. So I could have like a smaller footprint there, since that's an arm that's like, it would look weird if I had the big horns coming in and then it like glitched through your head as you're like casting the spell. At least the other side, right, as you use items, doesn't really move. So I can have that be more impressive, which means for this side, all I would have to do is let's create a new cube. I'm going to bump it out 0.25 maybe, or you know what, let's just do a 0.5, like halfway. There we go. Let's back it out. Right, so we got that layering there. Let's do 2 by 2, maybe? Damn, this is not a whole number. Okay. I think it's close enough. Well, 3/8. Let's pull out a calculator. See how annoying the decimal points are going to be. I'm pretty sure it's going to be pretty annoying. Oh, 1/9. You know what? That's actually not going to be too bad. 3/8 divided 3.8 divided by 2 is 1.9. So then I could have this at, well, that doesn't really help me. That would just be dividing it in half. So, you know, I think that's pretty good. I can center it. So it could be like that. Let's move it up 0.5. Start to try and build something up. AFK for bits. Yep. Sounds good. We'll be here working on this. I'm going to want to name this something that makes a little more sense, so I can say, I'll just do base 1. All right, we're going to do a file save. Now I can actually look for null. We're going to name this material... I'll make it material 3. Because it's now this is something we're kind of building up on. And again, this should be on the right side, right? Oh shoot, I did it. Oh no, I did it. Yeah, it'll be on the right side. So we should see it pop up. It's going to look a little different. From there, it's about what kind of patterns I want. I kind of envision on this side to have the Mana Stone gems kind of like socketed in there, in the part that I'm now putting on. Something like that. Wonder if I should make the shoulders completely different. Or you know what I could do? Instead of adding to it, I could keep that overlay, right? And then I can create a texture, like another block that just offsets a little bit and then kind of goes over it. And then that way it looks like it's leather, the original leather, but then there's something on top of the leather instead of like embedded in the side like a patch. I think that would be the better way to do this. So I can preserve this. I'm going to duplicate this, delete that, move it in. This would actually probably be -1, so I'll make this -2. So this would be -1. Now for this whole thing, where's the arrow pointing? So I could take it back a little bit. Let's bump it up by 0.25. So that means we're also going to have to bump it out by -0.25. Which means that I also have to bump it out. So I think that would be 0.5, like 4.05. No, see that, so it needs to be a little bit more, so I think it would be 4.3. Yeah, to keep the gap. This whole thing would have to come out a little bit more. I'd say -0.25. It's a little too high. 0.9. I think that's good. Which means this could now go up a little bit as well. Or, you know, I could keep it like that. And I can move this whole thing out a little bit more now. So let's bump it out to like 5, something like that. All right, let's do a file save. This is the keyword I'm looking for. So yeah, instead of this being material 2, this should be material 3. I need to find anything that's null and make it material 3, which should just be those 6. Copy that, paste it. Fireball. All right, let's see. So that's what it looks like now, just like a simple patch. Let's take a look here. So again, right, I want it to pop out enough, but I don't want it to be, this isn't the arm where it's going to have all the flare, right? It's going to look different, like, you know, layers, right? There we go. So, right, we're starting to build on the shoulder, but it's like attached to the leather. Now we can probably make it come out a little further, but you know what? For now, for like a 1.0 release, I'll leave that. I'm really curious what the shrunk down model for the head is going to look like. I'm really curious about that. So I say, let's try to do it. I hope I can do it, and I don't have to manually recreate it. So again, right, file, new, because I want to preserve all the mappings that I just did. We're going to go to file, open, body, open. Use the serif, here we go. Now what happens if I try to import something? Like maybe I could put like a temporal gear sticking out, like maybe 3 temporal gears coming out the side. I think that would actually look pretty cool, having like the temporal gears show. Maybe the temporal gear on like the shoulders instead of this solid piece. Kind of give it that Rust themed, right? Because that's the theme of the game. Even though it's a magic mod, I want to tie it to the Rust world. So let me start by minimizing all of this stuff here. We're right in the root, right? So what do I do? Well, how's an import going to look here? I'm gonna try and import one of my other mods here, one of my other models. Shapes item. Let's do the temporal crux. Yeah, good old temporal crux. Open. Ooh, look what it did. It actually got rid of all of my armor. This is just the base model. Now, I'm curious. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a snapshot of this here. And actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up GitHub. Like I've said before, if you guys are not using GitHub in your modding, you really should. So for a time like this, I'm going to do something that's potentially destructive to everything we were just working on. So I'm going to call this awesome chess piece armor start. And I'll say check in before potentially erasing armor progress. Commit. Upload. I'm gonna push it. There we go. So now I have this saved. What I'm gonna do here is file save. So this is all the new stuff now. I'm going to remap this and let's take a look. If my armor is completely destroyed from importing that and everything's done, then that tells me that I probably can't import models like I can otherwise. There's something weird going on with it. But I can always recreate things. If I have my original armor and there's just like the ball with no texture at the bottom, that will be a good sign. And that is, well, interesting. So we should be seeing something at my feet, but we do not. So all of this should be showing up, and it is not. Which is interesting. Very interesting. Because this is what we should see. Let me try this. Let me go to new. Let me go to open. I'm going to try and open it back up. Shapes, entities, humanoids, armor, body, open. Let's map it to the Seraph. Okay, interesting. So I see my armor is back, and now I see the ball. I think for the ball, let me try and attach it to the upper torso as an anchor point. It may not be showing because it may not know what it needs to like attach to. All right, so let me do that. Now I can reorganize it any way I want, but file, save. I'm going to have to paste in the remapping. So if I have a ball off to the side that is mapped to the chess piece that we can see, that obviously won't have the correct textures. It's completely texture remapping that I would have to do, unless material is a keyword that I used in the other model. Oh, look at that. So, yeah, it looks like actually the texture remapping did a pretty good job for not having a texture. I could do it. I could have that ball be like the outline for the side. Interesting. Very interesting. How big is that mask when you put it on? I mean, thinking about like where it's got to sit higher up, right? It's gonna have to sit higher up. I'm gonna have to make some modifications to it, but I think the sizing itself, I may not have to resize it at all to have it just kind of like on the side. But I mean, do I even want to do that? Like, well, part of me, yeah, of course I want to do that. But should I do that? I don't know. I don't know if I should. Just because I have the power doesn't mean I should. You know, let's do it just for comedy's sake, right? Since obviously this is good, right? Like I can do this. We are going to go to import. I gotta find let's find the mask. So let me take the mask off. Let's go to settings, interface, developer mode. Turn on the first 4. That should be all we need. Now let's take a look here. So this is called close face sheep skull. Close face sheep skull. Let's look at some in-game assets. Fashion creep, yeah. Deep breath, that's what she said. I just caught that. Let's go to survival. This is going to be in shapes, entity, probably humanoid, seraph, clothing. Now, would it be face? Sheep skull. Oh, this is actually what I want to import. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna paste it to my desktop. Where's that dumb window? I hate when it does this, so I gotta like minimize some things here. Minimize that. Minimize that. Minimize. There it is. This is what I want. So I'm gonna bring it over here because I think it's gonna show some of my RL stuff. Oh, it looks like it didn't. All right. Either way, where's the sheep skull? Did I not paste it? All right, we're gonna cancel that. I'm gonna pull this up. Copy. Come on, show more options. I just want to paste. There we go. Just paste it. Jeez. Import. Desktop. Sheep skull. Open. All right, where to go? So we got origin here. Kind of move it up to there. Let's start shifting it up. I have no idea where this damn thing is. All right, we're just gonna do a file save. I need to copy this, paste this in, right? We'll go to file, we'll save that. I'll go to file, or you know what, let's just take a look in game. Boop. So maybe this thing is going to be like floating above my head. That's exactly what power is for. Vice doxing himself in 3, yeah. The power! I have a feeling a lot of people aren't gonna like the sheep's skull on the side. Yep, okay, so it is there. It's just I'm not mapping any textures to it. looks kind of cool, actually. So let's do file new, file open. Let's go to mods. Rustbound magic assets. Shapes, entities, humanoids, armor, body, open. There we go. Now we can see it with our armor. Now I can start moving it around. First thing I want to do is I want the anchor point to be the shoulder before we move it. So it's going to be right here. This will be the anchor point. There we go. Now I'm going to want to, you know, it is kind of big. I may end up resizing this a little bit. But now we can move the position. I'm gonna have to rotate. I'm gonna create a new cube. I'm gonna put this in the new cube. Okay, that's pretty good. All right, let's try to rotate it 90 degrees. Right? Now we're gonna bring it down. We're gonna have to pump it out a little. Whoops, this way. A little bit. The horn's kind of in your face. Unless I adjust the angle. Something like that. I'm gonna have to move it over a little bit. Something like this. I can get rid of the straps, the strings. So we got the frontal bone, which is what I want. So get rid of that string, and that string. File, save. I mean, you know, we'll see how it looks. It could look great, it could look bad, in which case I just delete it. Boop. All right, let's see what it looks like on the shoulder. Now, the texture is not going to be there. I would have to put in the bone textures, which is fine. I could just look to see what key it's looking for. But this would give me freedom too. Like, I could have it be black bone if I want, or red bone, or whatever. Okay, so, wow, look at that, huh? But it's mapped correctly, but it's just too far. It's just too far. I'm gonna have to bring it back a little. How did it go from that to this? Like, I don't understand sometimes. We'll go to new, we'll go to open. Maybe I'll see something reopening the file. Let's pull up the Seraph. No, look at that. It's supposed to be anchored onto it. What if I get rid of this? I wonder if there was something weird with that new cube. I would have to change this angle. Like that. It's very, very interesting. Honestly, the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm like, yeah, it's cool, but it feels more like if I make a Necromancer mod, right? And then have like a summon, and you know, you would have like Necromancer garbs, like that would be what I would expect. See, yeah, it still pushed it kind of away. But you know, I don't think that's gonna be what I want to do, you know, having that on there. I want this robe to be more like a generic mage robe. So yeah, I don't foresee Scully McGee staying there. Oh, Skullsy McGee. If I do something like this to try and hurt it, I'm just gonna delete it out. It was a good try. Not quite there, I don't think. It's not quite there. What do I want for that side? It's got to be like intricate, you know, like maybe spikes on the one side. Poor Necromancer, so short-lived. Yeah, I dropped it. I don't know. This is a conundrum. Not quite sure what I want the other side to look like. Spikes would be kind of cool. But again, that's a particular look. I could do some like rust gear stuff, right? Let's take a look at temporal gears. I could embed temporal gears on that side. Let's take a look. Well, what items do we have here? We got some stuff like this. I could put some of the clutter stuff on there. Man, that helmet, right? That helmet. Love it. And we got the big old Chungus temporal gear. And then we got the little temporal gear. I could do a combination of two. I could size that down, and then I can have it go into the shoulder in the middle, and then I can have two of the smaller temporal gears kind of like fanned off to the side, so it looks like the big gear and then two smaller gears. I think that would look pretty cool. But what do I know? I could try it. Let's put this pad on the other side. So we got a pad on both sides. That way we could use that as an anchor point, and then we could start trying to import these gears and then resizing them. And then seeing if we can, you know, or at least recreate the gears on the shoulder. So that being the case, right? So we have the base pads for each. Why doesn't this look quite right? Okay, so that and that. That and that. Oh, okay, that's what I didn't do. I didn't fan this out. Okay, that looks good. And I'm like, it's not adding up. So ideally with this, I would make two cubes, right? 1 and 2. I would use this name, but instead of right, it would be left. And again, instead of right, it would be left. Instead of 1, it would be 2. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this, and we are gonna recreate it. So let's pull out the snipping tool. There we go. So I can see my coordinates and everything there. I'm just gonna put it off to the side. Now for this, we're gonna go with a 4.3. And Clem, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Yeah, here we go. 4.3. This would be 3.9. This would be 1. For the position, it would be negative 0.25. I'm gonna have to do that a couple of times. This would be 0.25. This would be negative 0.5. And this would be negative 4. So what does it look like? Okay, so just as I thought, it's not what I want. I need to bump it out. I think if we go this way. Yeah, see, that's going to be a little better. Okay, that's that side. Let's make this full screen. Yeah, because this side pops out a little bit. And this side's going to pop out a little bit as well. It looks like it's the right height. Looks like it's the right position. So I just needed to push it out a couple. All right, that's good. Now let's work on the inner, which is going to be this part right here. Let's use the snipping tool. right, now I got the new coordinates. So this is going to be a 331, 0.65, 0.25, a negative 0.25. Oh god, and this is going to be all over the place. 0.65. Oh, actually, that's not too bad. 0.25. Here we go. And this is going to be a negative 0.75. So again, it's a little off, but if I just bump it out... Oh no, I'm not going to be able to do that. What if I just make this like a 0.25? There we go. So I just had to make that a quarter. So that should be that. We should have a duplicate pad on the other side now. So I'm going to do File Save. I'm going to want to specifically look at these parts here because we're going to have to redo the texture, because when you do new cube, it sets it up as a default null. So actually I could find it just like this. We want material 3 because I want it to be black, and we should have 12 occurrences, and we do. Save that. Let's go up top. We have to remap this. Right, so this is kind of what it looks like. So we should be getting rid of the skull, and we should be getting a pad on the other side that's kind of spaced and the same and everything. The chest piece is the part that's it's taken the most, because that's gonna be defining. Pants are pants. It's not gonna take me long to make pants. Now I can overlay like glowing runes on the various parts of armor and gemstones, which I will. There we go, look at that. Looks like it animates pretty good. Casting a spell. Yeah, textures look pretty good. Looks good. I don't think it's not gonna stay brown. I may end up making it like a dark gray. I'm not sure. So black, you know, dark gray. Maybe if I'm nice, like maybe if people want, I could make it to where there are different colors, so you could dye your armor a certain color. Maybe that would be something people would want. So it could start off like white, and then you can dye, you know, to get like, you know, whatever the main coat part is. Like the black parts may stay black. But I could do something like that. Nice, you. Pff. Come on, Bernardo, you know I'm nice. You know what I'm about. You know what sucks? I have this Livewire Mountain Dew here. It's been sitting for the past like 3 hours. It's room temperature pretty much. Not much I can do there. I'm not gonna open it because I want... Yeah, nice you. Yeah, that's what she said. Moozy knows. Yeah, you and Moobot are getting a little too close there. Getting a little too close, Bernardo. When are you gonna put a ring on it, Bernardo? Make a decent AI out of my Moozy. Alright, so yeah, this is looking pretty good. We'll probably put some more work into the collar as well. But yeah, the shoulders, we just have to... We just got to work out the shoulders. I'm liking the idea of like the temporal gear kind of sticking out the one side, and then like the big temporal gear kind of sticking out too. I like that. Could be good. Could be fun. Could be nice. That big temporal gear does look pretty cool. I like it, but I would have to shrink it down. Yeah, I'm thinking I would have to like shrink it way down. It's too big. Maybe if I cut it by like 75% or 50%, you know, 50% for the shoulder I think would do. So let's give it a try. Let's go to File, New. Don't save any changes because I want to bring in my remappings, right? File, Open. Let's open up the body. Pop it on the Seraph. So that's our model. We'll go to... I gotta find this stuff. So shapes. These would be items. Would they be lore? Clutter or lore? Maybe utility or resource? Temporal gear, T. Gear. Is there a gear? No. All right, I'm gonna have to figure this out. So large gear temporal, or just gear temporal. Okay. That should be easy to find. So let's get out of shapes for now. Let's go into items. And I believe it's not utility. It's not going to be a tool. It could be a resource. Gear, here we go. So that's our temporal gear. All right, so that's the temporal gear information. Large gear, here we go. So that's our large gear. So what's the shape? Jonas, it's under. So block, machine, Jonas, temp gear. What about here? It's just going to be item gear type. Okay, that's easy enough. So let's go under survival again. We'll go back into shapes. We will go into block, machine, Jonas, and then it's going to be, what was it? Temp gear. So temp gear, so I can copy that. I'm going to paste it on my desktop so it's easy to find. Come on, man, just paste it. Did I not copy it? Copy. Show more options. It's being a chungus. Come on. I'll put it in the model creator then. Paste. There we go. So I got temp gear. The other one was just under item gear. Oh, gear rusty or gear temporal? Yeah, I would say gear gear temporal is going to be the one we want. So gear temporal. So copy, paste. There we go. All right, let's do an import of these two things. File, let's do import. Desktop model creator. There we go. So this will be our temporal gear. And we got the big gear at our feet. Now we can go under open or import, and then we will pull in the temp gear as well. Wait, did I do gear temporal or temp gear for the... we'll find out. Okay, yeah, so one's the gear, one's like the big gear. Okay. For the sake of doing what I want it to do... God, it's hard to tell which one were the shoulder pads. I think it's this. So this would be the left. So I think I want to move these two things to the right. So I can move it to there. And then this one, I'm going to duplicate it. Because I'm going to want one of these on each side. Just in case. So something like that. Let's do a file, save. I'm gonna copy that, paste it in, save. Okay, now let's do a reload. Again, I don't have the textures mapped. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the way the model looks. Creative Realms, how's it going? How you doing? Hope your day is going well. My day's going really well. This has been a good day. Been getting a lot done. Good, and you? Yeah, I'm living the dream. And having fun, right? Like I'm enjoying doing this modding. So okay, we got the gears, right? It's gonna be a little chungusy, but at least it looks like it's tied in to the shoulders. Now I just gotta resize, reposition. I could make those look like temporal gears. I mod more than I actually play. Yeah, what mods do you make? And I'm the same way. Like I don't think I've played survival, and I love playing survival, but I just haven't played in so long because I've been obsessed with making the magic mod. So it becomes an obsession. and I know it's not healthy, but that's where I am. I have problems. You know what I noticed? The gears here do not have the texture mappings. Looks like it's probably through the JSON file for the model itself. Yep, it is. It is. So we have gold and we have temporal gear shape under textures. I'm going to add these keys in. That way it looks better. It'll be more pleasing to the eye. I'm gonna have to copy this, paste, copy, paste, and paste, right? So I can map the gold. This is gonna have to be game colon, just like that. That way I can map these. We'll give it a try. Save. Fireball. I just want them to look like gears. Conquest, resource pack, landform mod, and now a world gen overhaul. Oh, that's cool. For the world gen overhaul, is it gonna be like biome based, or is it gonna be like messing with the noise, you know, the what noise Perlin, or you know, whatever for the randomized generation? Like, are you going to be making like biomes and stuff? That'd be kind of cool. All right, let's see. Hey, it looks like a temporal gear. We got one down. Now let's let's do something about these other gears here. Let's texture map those correctly. I think you know, it may just be material for that one. I'm starting to get too many windows are open here. So that is temp gear. I need this. So oh, it's just called temporal. All right, so let's add that. You know, since it's pretty much the same, I could do this. Done. Boop, reload. That's what the landform one does. Basically combines that and changes literally everything else. Oh, I gotta try that out. That's the one thing. I did Minecraft modding, so it's weird not having like biomes, you know, like, and then being able to tie certain things in certain biomes. Like, I get you could do like temperature and light level, but you know, like, you know, there's seasons in this game. It would be nice to have, you know, different biomes that you could do more complex things with. There we go. Now they look like temporal gears. They're a little big, a little chungussy, but at least we have the basic gears now. Now let's try to resize these the best we can. Let's go under File New, File Open. I wish it would just remember my most used shapes, or I could set a default like dynamically. That would be better. All right, let's open up the body. Let's open up, oh geez, it's all over the place now. Here's my Seraph. All right, so this is our model we're looking at. Let's make some of this stuff a little smaller. Just a little smaller. I'm pretty sure I can select it, the base item. We can go to Tools, and I can resize the element. This, it's got to be like 50% the size. There we go. A nice small temporal gear. We're going to do the same sizing here. We're going to go to Resize Element. We're going to do 50%. Now the big one, I think 50% all around, just to see what we're looking at. There we go. That's going to be more shoulder pad like. Temperature and rainfall are what determines biomes. Yeah, in MC as well. Well, yeah, but there are more factors, right? The biome can help dictate some of that stuff. For this, it's almost like just the world gen, right? Like, How are you going to populate? You know, I don't know. It's just, it's a different way of doing it. I prefer Minecraft biomes, just like from a programmatic aspect. Like, I mean, it was kind of annoying having like a frost, like a snow biome next to a desert. Like, that was kind of weird. But, you know, I could, it's a suspension of like disbelief, right? Suspension of belief, right? Yeah, just not used to their fullest potential. Yeah. Need a codpiece gear. Yep. I'm gonna call it the E-Dong. Whoever flaunts it. Alright, so let's get rid of the rotation here. Ooh, that's annoying. Can I iron out? Okay, because I'm like, that's a weird angle. Oh, look at that, huh? Let me see if I can actually move this in a way that makes sense. And let's like shift it up. Oh my god, this is actually really far away. Wait a minute, right? Oh no, did I do it wrong? Oh, I attached it to the wrong point. Whoops. This should be over here. Oh, hey, look at that. Well, that was pleasing to the eye. I just gotta try and get all these awkward angles out. Maybe that did it? Now I could do 90 degrees here. And we can bump it up 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, right? I mean, something. I just want to get it closer. Like, this isn't the final place, but it's got to be closer. 0, 0, make this 90 degrees, and now we can bump this one. Oops. Yeah, just get it closer. There we go. File, save. I have to remap this again. There we go. Boop. So VS is nice because it has climate bands depending on the settings. Do enjoy the different climates. This is cactus code in VS. Yeah, minimum temp, minimum forest. Yeah, I do know of those. I didn't get those working too well with spawning creatures. I have a creature mod, the Eldritch Monsters mod, and I did have 4 different kinds of spiders, right? So like Eldritch Monsters here. Like I since changed it since I couldn't do what I originally wanted to do. But, you know, for like the different spiders, I had like a Black Widow, I had like the Orb Weaver, I had a Boreal Spider, and then I had the Recluse. And the idea was 2 spider types would spawn when it was a certain temperature range, right? So you'd have 2 different spiders for like, you know, the colder months and 2 different spiders for like the warmer months. But the spawning never quite worked right. I sent the code to Tyron. He said it looked right too, and then there was no real fix. It was really janky. So I had to go with something like this, right? You know, you got the different versions of the spider. And it's sleeping because it's daytime. There we go. All right, I'm gonna move away from it. I feel bad that I killed this bear. Let's let's revive it. I shall bring you back to life. It's been dead for a while. I've been like, oh, let's take a look at the armor. Where's revive? There it is. All right, buddy. So I notice sometimes, like, it's gotta move. It's regaining health now. Oh, I killed it again. Damn it. Heal faster. Oh my god, look, it's running sideways. I created a monster. I'll have to fix the revive spell. Obviously, it's not done. Although the interesting part, though, let's pull up a wolf. Because I was testing with purely the wolf before. I'm sorry, buddy. Brr. Brr. See, the wolf comes up fine. The walk animation, yeah, it'll kick in. The bear... The bear's a freaking monstrosity. I'm hoping, like, maybe if I could, like, hit it. I'll let it regain a little health, and then I'll, like, punch it to see if I can reset it. If that's the case, maybe then it'll just be a matter of me. I gotta find out what animation's stuck. Obviously, I think the death animation is stuck, but it may not be called death for a bear. Let's take a look at it. It may be called something else. Could always try stealing code from bears, though. Oh god, Vice, what madness have you created now? Hey, Tristram. Hey, yeah, it's barely working. Ah, ha, ha. All right, let's go into the bear. Actually, I want to go into the bear shape. You know what? No, I can go into the bear itself. So let's do entities. Land bear. And I'm going to be looking for the animations it has. So it's called die instead of dead. That could be the problem. Let's pull up the spell. Let me try and fix this now. Where are my spells? Here we go. So I want to look at tier 4 spells. We want to look at revive. Yeah, see, if there's a death animation, so it's not called death in a bear, it's called die. So I'll do another search here, right? So if it sees death, then stop that. If it sees die, then stop that, and then mark the animations as dirty. So obviously I gotta kill you again. Sorry, buddy. It's all for the cause. There we go. Now it's up and running. God, do I have to kill every animal to see if it's gonna work with revive? It ran away. It's a smart bear. All right, buddy. I'll let you. You're alive too, right? You may become a problem. I don't want to be killed if I'm working on something. Can't break this yet. Nope. Easy clap. It's German for the bear. The bear. All right, so I guess I fixed that part of revive. I'll rely on people in the alpha release to let me know what things are messed up. I'm not gonna spawn one of every animal, kill it, and then revive it. I'd rather not. Oh, let me see what my armor looks like. Hey, we got some gears poking out. All right. You know, it's actually not gonna look that bad. For the casting arm, you know, I'm gonna want a less of a footprint, because that's gonna be the arm that moves. The other arm could be kind of temporal geary, you know. That could have a little more oomph to it. I don't like the leather part being brown. I'm gonna have to stop the game to do what I want to do. I want to preserve it because I do want like a leather for like the lower form, like the journeyman, right? You know, you start off with the lesser armor, and then I want it to transform into the glorious mage robes. So let's minimize the spells. I guess I could get rid of the revive spell now that we put that in. Ooh. What was I? Oh yeah, I was gonna do this. So instead of leather outer, I will call this outer material. Maybe I'll do that. Outer material. I'm going to just make it black and white. Or I could inject a little little color? No, let's just make it black and white. That way it's more of a gray. I'm going to lighten it a little bit. So we'll go under curves. There we go. Let's go into the mapping of the armor. It's going to be this. I'm going to call this outer material. Save it. We're going to fire back up the game. We're going to build. There we go. How is it doing armor modeling and stuff? Eventually, I want to change the player model to the trader one, and then literally everything else will need to be redone. Oh, God. I don't think it's too bad. It is a little more annoying, a couple more steps, but it's not too bad. The biggest, so the way I did the modeling, in the beginning of the stream, I made it to where, see what you see there, right, with the gray. That was pretty much the whole thing. I copied existing armor, and then I just I went through and resized everything. I made sure, because in the game, right, like I'll put on, you know, something like this armor, right? If I put this on, you'll notice, like, you know, I have the Clockmaker wrist guard. There's some, like, glitching going on, you know, it's more texture based. So, like, you know, the line up the middle, it's not exactly, you know, like, it's not perfect center. Now, you could make your texture, you know, bigger, right, higher resolution, and then you can mix things. But I wanted to go with more of a model base. So after I made sure, like, everything was covered, belts weren't glitching or anything, then I set all of that base stuff to being transparent. That way I can preserve all the player animations. And then I started to build models on top of that transparency. So I'm starting to, like, you know, the robes and everything that you see that's a different texture is literally just a different model itself. You know, even like the liner compared to the inside compared to the outside. So that's how I did it. It's working pretty well. There we go. What you see now, right, with the shoulder pads, I'm just trying out different things. You know, different, you know, it's just going to take a little time. The leggings are kind of done. Like, I just have to remap the textures on them. Maybe make some shoes at the bottom. But yeah, this is kind of like what the alpha version of the mage armor is going to be. And I don't think it's too bad. It took a little time in the beginning to set up, but now I can put runes on top of this, which I will put, like, glowing runes on. You know, I have a lot more freedom doing it this way instead of just one static texture. I need to do something with this gear, I think. The big gear. I'll move the big gear first. So, go to new, open, body, open. I don't like that I have to scroll over now. I'll have to do something about that. Alright, so the big gear, the big boy. I could probably get rid of some of the gear that I don't need. No, it's not going to be that easy. But I could delete it so it's like half a gear or 3/4 of a gear. I assume since it's a model, you could theoretically animate the gears to rotate. Maybe you can. I have not tried animations at all. But animations are going to be unique because it's more like linked to the player animations, you know, how it moves everything. So you'd have to do like an animation within an animation. Because, you know, something like this, right? Or, you know, I don't know. I don't know how it would, I don't know how it would work. I haven't seen anyone do it, so I would try, you know, I would probably be the one to pioneer it, but I don't know. It's definitely, it could be on the to-do list, you know, a little later on when I feel like the, you know, the magic mod, like I'm not really fixing a lot of things and I can just start adding content again. Yeah, see, it's got to go over just a little bit. So I'll try and center it, right? I could bring it up a little, maybe. I'm not quite liking that. Maybe if I push it out a little bit. No, then it's too much. It's got to be like in the armor. Maybe push it back down a little bit. Maybe something like that. Kind of center it. The little temporal gears. Whoops. Didn't mean to do it in that direction. Yeah, let's do it in that one. Yeah, because I could bump it out. Let's duplicate this. Something like that. And now I can fan these smaller ones out. And even something like just 10 degrees, right? So if it's 90, something like that. And then I would have to do 80 here. Nah, let's be a little more aggressive with the fanning. 70. Okay, that could be good. That way we can kind of add the illusion of layers, right? Kind of make it look a little better. Let's see what that looks like. File save. I gotta change this part here, so the backdrop shape. All right, let's take a look. So the before and the after. But that's an interesting thing, though, being able to add animations to it. An animation... I mean, maybe you could have it to where it's like an always-on animation. And then have it, like, rotate. It would be pretty cool to have, like, a rotating gear. There we go. Look at that. I think that's starting to look pretty good. It's kind of socketed in there. Because again, right, like my magic mod, even though it's a magic mod, to unlock magic, you have to, it's about draining your temporal stability. When you meditate to regain magic, you will lose your temporal stability. And the way I see it, it's like your sanity, right? Your attachment to the current world. And if you overdo it, then you could find yourself kind of losing your mind and putting yourself in a bad state. You know, so having like the temporal gears, I think, is going to be a pretty awesome slam dunk. I do kind of like the pad now, the shoulder pad. I feel like I can add more to the pad itself. Maybe I could do one more round of temporal gears, and then I can have them a little further down and then flare them even more. Yeah. Let's try that. I'm like, yeah, we could flare it. Yeah. Flare. I'm going to create a new block for this. It's going to be an empty cube. I'm going to duplicate this. We're going to put that in here, then duplicate this. Put that in here. Now I'm going to shift these down a little bit, or I'm gonna flare them more. Let's flare it out a little more. So let's do like an additional 20, so that would be 50, right? And then this one, why doesn't that look right? So instead of 70, like 80? No, it would have to be 60, right? This doesn't quite look right. All right, I think I messed something up, so I'm just gonna delete that. Boop. Let's go back to how things make sense. So we got this and we got this. 70. Okay. So I'm gonna just duplicate this. Kind of shift that down, and then I'm gonna duplicate this. I'm not gonna put them in their own little basket yet. That looks real nice. Thanks, Blurry. I'm trying. So I can make this 50 to flare it a little more. This would be 30 to get the same effect. Now I can push these down by 1. You know, I probably have to make it a little more exaggerated. So 50, so let's take away another 20. God, let's take away a lot more, right? Okay, so if that's only 10 degrees, then we must be, what, 60 on this side? I think it's going to be a little more aggressive than that. I think this comes down to 70. I think, yeah, that would do it. Let's bring it down one more. That way it's kind of like coming out from the bottom a little bit. I can see what this looks like. I don't think this is going to be what I want. I could try and push them in a little bit more. No, that's too much. 1, 2, 1, 2. That way it kind of sockets in the armor a little bit more, which means I may not have to be as aggressive with the flaring, but that could be cool. You know what? Actually, I want to put it back the way it was. 2. So that's 48. This would be 48. I think that would look better. And then maybe what I can also do is set this rotation a little bit. So maybe I can make this like -10. That way it kind of lifts up a little bit. -10. There we go. Okay, we could try that. We could try that. Let's see what this looks like. Let's do a file save. I need to come down to here. Yep, we have to copy, paste, save that, fireball it in, and reload. Bum bum ba-dum, ba-da-da-dum, bum bum bum. All right. So that would be the armor piece. It does flare. I like that. If we zoom in, you got the gear kind of locked in there. I do have to shift the gear over a little bit, it looks like, but I gotta, you know, there's some minor things to do. I'm liking the general direction of it, though. And you know what I could even do? I could have, like, the bottom ones be rusty gears, because I could just retexture it to be rusty, and then I could have the temporal gears up top. So it could look like, you know, rust gear. And then maybe the gear on the other side, I could have it be parallel and then just kind of socket it on, and that could be either a rusty gear or a temporal gear. With like one of the gemstones at the top there on my circlet socketed into it, into the center. See, I feel like the bottom, it's close, but I don't like it. I just, for whatever reason, I'm not digging it. I'm gonna get rid of those gears. I don't like them. I'm just gonna hide them like that. See, I think this would be better. I think this is better. And I think we have to push this out a little bit more. Like that. This does have to go down or up a little bit. So, because I noticed there was some glitching out going on. Alright, so for this gear, since I already know what I want to do with it, we can just take it. I will fix the rotation. So instead of 90 degrees, we could put it back at 0. I'm going to have to reposition it the best I can. Maybe like a 7.5. Yeah, I think that would do it. I could try and embed it a little bit, but I think that's fine. I do like how high up it is, but I want to see what it looks like a little further down. No, I'm not liking it as much. So I guess maybe I could offset it to be a little higher. That, or I could change this padding and I can make this a little bigger. Because I could do this by like a 0.5. Whoop, nope. 0.25. Okay, that would be a little better. So 3.25. I can push this. All right, let's make this full screen. I'm trying to look through a tiny glass. There we go. That looks pretty good. And I think it would have to shift up ever so slightly. All right, now I can move the gear over a little bit in each direction. All right, let's try that. Here we go. These are the two gears. Do I just want to delete them? I feel like it's just kind of too busy. What I could do is I could get another big gear, and maybe I could cut it in half and then have that be the bottom, and then I can just put a rust texture on it. Could do something like that. Yeah, I'm gonna delete those. Executive order here. Executive decision. There we go. Yeah, then I think it would look better having the big rusty gear cut in half and then just kind of coming out the bottom. I could resize it so it's smaller, or maybe I could even do just a regular rusty gear, and then I can have that be in the center here, and then I can like pop it, or actually it could just stay parallel to here. All right, let's take a look at this. Save. Paste. Save. Fireball. Reload. I gotta get some lunch soon. I've been streaming for over 4 hours. Almost 4 hours. I'm putting all this effort in, the pants are gonna be like nothing. I already have everything mapped out pretty well in the pants. I didn't see any Z fighting or anything. There we go. See, I like that, you know, the base shoulder pad. And this other one, you know, the one on the side, I kind of like that too. Looks pretty good. If we do /time set night, I could, or let's do this. I could make those gears glow, which I probably will. Just kind of like the gem, how the gem's glowing. I could do that with the gears on the side. I think that would look pretty cool. On the to-do list, I'm not seeing any of the weird glitching now. The gear itself, the way it's angled, I don't think it's not quite perfect. I don't like that. I think I'll have to deal with that a little bit more off stream. But right, that's kind of looking like our temporal gear. The big gear. What other clutter do we have here? Let's look at the clutter blocks, because I could put like Jonas lamps too. I could spike Jonas lamps on it. I think that may look pretty cool. Oh, it would be cool to have the gears on the one side and like or where the big gears are, the space between, have a Jonas lamp coming out from both sides. Ooh. Ooh. Got anything else cool here? Book. I gotta have a book on my shoulder. Some rusty parts. Maybe kind of cool to have just like some random pieces of rust kind of sticking out of it too. A pulley. Pulley shoulder. Glass jug. Ruined lantern. See, if I do something like a lantern, people are gonna be like, why can't I emit light from my shoulder? It's because I said... The hell's that? Mixer paddles? That's kind of cool. Hydraulic system. I know there are a lot of neat little circuits and stuff that I could be using. The hell is this thing? Look at this! What the heck? Alright, first of all, it's huge in my hand. Get out of here. Look at that, huh? Dazam! Have that on your shoulder. You know, the funny thing is, like, I could shrink it down. I don't know how good it would look, but I could shrink that down to shoulder size and then have it attached to the shoulder. Oh, can you make it have different looks when damaged? I don't know. Is that a thing in game? Like, does your armor start to look tattered when it's damaged? You could try the endgame dungeon one day. Yeah, I'd have to play the game instead of mod for it all the time. So let's throw you in. I missed the hole. Whatever. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I do like the idea of shrinking this down a lot. Damn, that looks cool. I think it's been long enough. Yeah, it's been a while. Eventually, I will be playing the game. And then people are gonna be like, why are you not modding? When's the next update for blah blah blah? And I'll be like, never! It's never being updated. I'm deleting everything off my computer. It's done. You know why the pivot point's not exactly centered? That's why it's a little weird on each side. It's this. Yeah, this position is wrong. 46, yeah, that's gonna come out, because really all I would have to do to fix this is just do like 46 times 2, right? So 92. So this origin should be 92. Oh wait, no. So the position, right, of 46. So yeah, that would have to be like 92, right? Oh, it's doing that weird. Oh man, this is gonna be a pain to redo, because it shifts the entire thing. So I would have to get it just as close as I could, and then readjust the whole thing. Ah, that sucks. I mean, that does look center, but it's not exactly center. Something like that, or maybe in between. 76. That would be as close as I can get to cutting the gear in half. Yeah, that would be the closest, unfortunately. I agree, rotating gears or nothing. Yeah. Man, y'all, you guys want to be able to use the magic mod, right? You know what this is called? This is called feature creep. We should make this rotate and make this do that. All good ideas, but they all require time as well. Yeah, see, now if I hide these two, I could try to position this a little better. Right, so that actually, even though it was a decimal point, it looks like it's much more even between the two now. All right, let's see. What if I flare this out to like a 30 degrees? I'll do 30. Okay, that looks good. Which means I'll remove 30 from here, so that becomes 60 on the flip side. That looks good. I wanna change this here. I want it to extend a little more so it's like intersecting with the gear. Unfortunately, to do that, I would have to remove all of this temporarily. There we go. Now I can shift it 1, 2, 3, and then I could do 0.6. Well played. Move all these back. Okay, let's take a look at this. File, save. Wow, it got rid of my mapping that time. It's a disaster waiting to happen. There we go. Rotate isn't a feature, it's an aesthetic. Yeah, right? You can rotate it yourself, just use your mouse wheel to turn your character. Exactly. Exactly. Because then you go down a rabbit hole, right? Because it would be cool if you were rotating, if you were casting a spell. So, like, it could be still as you're running around, but when you start casting a spell, the gears could rotate all over the armor. The Jonas lamps will light up. I can get crazy with this, too. There we go. I like that more. It looks like they're pretty... they're closer to being even now. Yeah, I may end up modifying that pin slightly so it's not as like jagged. Or maybe I could just make it like reverse, right? So it kind of goes into the other gear. I could do that with all the pins probably. That's a good start, I'd say. It's a pretty darn good start. And then I would put some kind of flare, you know, like it would look kind of cool having the Jonas lamps come out if I can like push it out a little more and then squeeze some Jonas lamps in. I think I would like that a lot. Or maybe I could have it to where they socket from the bottom and then they're the things that kind of go down and out. Down and away. And then I can push those out a little bit to give it a little more texture. That way it's like, you know, all up on the shoulder, not just sticking straight out like daggers. I kind of want to do that now. I like that idea a lot, so I think that's something we're gonna do. Now we're gonna pull up the body. We're gonna map it to a player model. Oh god, Jonas lamp. What is it gonna be? What model? Gotta find it. So assets. I'm just gonna try and look in shape, see if it's it would be a block, right? It's not an item, it's a block. Probably under clutter. Jonas lamp? Is it lamp 4, 5, 6, or 7? I don't know. I'm just gonna copy them all. Damn it. Damn it. Why can't anything be easy? I'm gonna put Z's on these here. You can't see what I'm doing because it's another folder on the other side. But trust me, work is happening. Believe me, please believe me. There we go. All right, so I guess I'll import 4 first and see what it looks like. I don't know. Oh yeah, I gotta delete these, so delete that. Delete that. There we go. Just so we can have just the new ones. Okay, there we go. I was looking, I'm like, wait a minute, this looks kind of weird. That's fine. Okay, let's import. Wait, let me do file, save. File, import. Let's go to the desktop model creator. All right, is floor 4 the non-broken one? Nope. Just flipping broken. Undo. Undo. Let's get rid of it. Origin, gone. So it's not that one. Open. Floor 7, open. Oh, no, don't save. Oh, I did the wrong thing. You know what I could do? Let me just go to new. There we go. I'm just gonna open these. So that one's broken. 5 is looking better. Wait, is 4 the one that is gonna be the one we want? No, that one's completely broken. So maybe it is 7. No, that one's broken too. They're all broken. WTF. None of them. They're probably called something unique. Probably somewhere in here. All right, I gotta find... I gotta find the item. Survival, item types, Jonas. Jonas parts. I think it's probably gonna be under Jonas parts. Cylinders, tanks, valve, pump head. What am I looking for specifically in this stupid Jonas lamp? It's called Game Jonas Lamp. I mean, is it called a part? I don't, I don't know where the hell this thing... Is it under lore? No, it's not under lore. It's got to be under Jonas, right? Upgrades? Is it an upgrade? No. Jonas parts? Is it a Jonas parts? Oh, man. I just got to find this thing. So I'm looking for, like, Jonas lamp, right? Oh, look at that. It's not even the shape. Jonas parts type. Jonas for shapes, right? We got to go into shapes. Item, Jonas parts. I don't think this is what I want. I don't think it's... Oh, it's not Jonas parts. It's something else. It's Jonas dash parts. So there may be an item called Jonas. Yeah, it's not there. Clutter. You know, it may be under clutter. So it could be this. Block clutter. Oh, God. Oh, Tyrone, you're breaking my balls, man. You're breaking my balls here. What is this? I know what this is. This is called not being fair. That's what this is. Jonas dash. No, I did not want you to copy, capitalize. Jonas dash. Cannot find. Great. Anything Jonas. Can you give me anything Jonas? Jonas lamp slash floor. Oh, those are the broken ones. So we got the gravestone, we got the broken ones. Oh, that's it, apparently. Oh, look at that. The 4 broken ones. You know, I don't think this one's clutter. If we pull up one of the other Jonas lamps, I think you'll see clutter dash. Right? Nope. It's all the same. What the... I just gotta find this damn thing. That's all I gotta do. Hey, that looks kind of cool. It's like, you know, just like the empty crystal. But I would want this one, you know, with the filament inside. It's called Jonas lamp. Jonas dash lamp. And it's not in clutter. Can I just make this full screen? Is it going to be easier to read? What if I, is there like a word wrap or something? Word wrap, take that off. There we go. Oh man, my eyes, so much better. Jesus Christ. But I've checked floor 4, 5, 6, and 7. Those were all the broken ones. Lame. What about this one? Code clutter. Okay, okay. Shape, item, clutter, type. Open file location. Where is this? These are blocks here. Clutter, survival. I don't want that. Man, it's somewhere in here. It's somewhere in the shapes. Let me just go to block. Clutter. Fuck would this thing be called? Jonas? Is there just a Jonas here? J. H. I. J. Nothing there. Piles, rubbles, tables, tools, toys. Look at all this stuff. Pipes? Is it considered a pipe? No, it's not. It wouldn't be a pipe. A light source? Is it a light source? On. I want an on light source. HV? I don't know. Lumi floor? Ceiling? Maybe not. Maybe not that. It's not a chandelier. A lantern? Wait. Jonas lamp. Oh, no. We've already been in there. Is it considered a lantern? I'm just gonna start moving files over. Anything that is kind of remotely what I want. File, open, ground 1. Nope, that's an actual lantern. Okay, not what we're looking for. I'll find this darn thing. I'm finding it. Right? I'm finding it, right? Because everything else is just gonna be like a... I mean, is it what's ground 6? Let me copy that. Paste it in. File, open, ground 6. Okay, so it's a broken lamp. That would make sense. All right, light source. I'm gonna just look to see what the heck these light sources are. Like this. What is this? No idea. Lumi floor _1. File, open. That's what it is? Is that what it is? Son of a bee. There's my tube. And all of its glory. That is the tube I'm looking for right now. I'm nervous here. Let's put it down. Let's take a look at it. Looks like it. All right, because we got the filament inside. That's the only thing I gotta check. Everything else, that's what I want. So, that being the case, do we have, yup, filament, stand, base, mount. If I undo that, undo the glass. Yep, there's the filament inside. This is the item. Okay, so let's do new. I don't want to continue. I don't want to modify anything. What do you think a Jonas lamp is? I don't know, Hexadin. It's a fancy thing that was introduced in Vintage Story to me. That's what a Jonas lamp is to me. It's a rusty pipe with glass and something glowing. Most of all, us would call that like a fluorescent tube in the real world. All right, mods. So I got to pull up the armor now. I'm going to have to import this. Doing this kind of stuff is definitely a labor of love. I am excited to have people play a magic mod, though. Each time, like I've said so many times, each time I've come back to Vintage Story, first thing I look up is the keyword of magic to see if anyone's made a magic mod. You know, do we got like Ars Magica now? Do we have Thaumcraft? You know, what do we have here? All right, so we got this here. Let's do file, import. Go back to the desktop. Right, so I got the Jonas lamp in there now. Let me move this to make sure I get the arm right. So the tube's going to be on the left. It's going to be the upper arm. It's going to be right in here. So I want that there. File, save. It's clutter. You have 50% chance to pick up when you break it. Not even sure it exists outside the final dungeon except mods. Yeah. Sounds about right. Okay, okay. Copy this. Paste the correct model. So I should have a Jonas lamp floating somewhere in or around my body. Somewhere in or around. I was going to play some Conan Exiles, but I think I ended up spending the whole time modding. I do this every time. Every time. I'm like, I'm going to play a real game, and then I just get sucked in. I know I'm going to have a lot of issues with the Jonas lamp. I didn't do any of the texturing. There we go, hey! And it looks like it's at least mapped to my shoulder. We're going to have to shrink that bad boy down, aren't we? That thing is freaking huge. It's huge. Enormous. But alright, so we got it. We got it. Hooray. Let's go to here. Let's do file, new. File, open. Mods. Humanoid armor, body. There we go. Let's pull up the Seraph. Okay, so this is what we saw in game. I can get rid of the base because I don't want the base at all. I just want the good part. So base can be deleted. Now with this, I'm going to resize this to 50%. 50% seems to be that sweet spot for the shoulder. Yeah, that looks more manageable now. For the origin, I do need to move it up a little. To there. That's my pivot point. You know what? I should have kept the base. I should have just resized the base. I'm going to undo a couple of things here. There we go. So I'm back to the base. Let's go back to tools, resize. There we go. Every time, Vice, every time. No, I want a headlamp, a lamp that glows out of my head. You want to be like a unicorn then, right? Just horn can pierce the sky. Let's make this, what, 90 degrees? To start off. Move it over a little bit. Don't want to do it like directly center. Maybe like that. We're going to duplicate this. There we go. Kind of space it a little bit. Instead of 90 degrees, could give it like 130, 140 maybe, 135. Let's try 135. Interesting how it's not the same. Oh, 143. Oh, really? Jeez. 135. There we go. Let's move this. 1, 2. 1, 2. Move it back. 1, 2, 3. Now let's just make it 2. 1, 2. Still feel like it's a little too long, but it's getting there. It's We're getting the spirit of it. Maybe for this, I can, like, socket it. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's kind of push it out a little bit now. Let's do a solid 15. This one's gonna have to be negative 15. Let's do a little more. Instead of 15, let's make that 16. Let's make this 16. Yeah, look at that, hey? I think I'm gonna have to add something more to the base as a filler. It does stick out a lot. I can always push it back a little and make it like half of its size. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see what it looks like before we do much of anything else. I think it's gonna look pretty good, but I'm gonna have to modify like how it attaches. But that's not gonna be hard to do. As long as I like the direction I'm going, we'll be set. All right, so that's it, right? The big bulk piece there. It's still not going to have any textures. You know what? Since I found it, let's see if there's any static textures, and there are. I can... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's going to be 5 more. I'm just going to fix it now. So instead of temporal, we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are going to have the key of smoky. We're going to have the key of rusty glow. A key for iron. Key for rusty iron. And a key for brass. For brass, it's going to point to this texture. For the rusty iron, it's going to point to the rusty iron texture. For the iron, it's going to be that. The rusty glow. Boop. And the smoky. All right, so I'm going to save all of that. Fireball. All right, I'm just gonna reload. I want the reveal. Okay, my brain isn't using any of the brightness. Wait, what are we talking about here? Okay, unicorn. Nope, want a headlamp. Yep, unicorn player with swappable horn. Kind of like the Rick and Morty thing, right? The big tube just... You mind blew yourself. Right? Okay. Like I said, the attachment point is going to have some work, but that's looking pretty good. Let's do slash, let's make it look to see like what does it look like at night? We got it glowing. No way. I preserved the glow. I don't know if I should keep the glow. You'll never have to use an oil lamp or anything again. Just put on your mage robes. Oh wait, no, it was just because the item was in my hand. Okay, that's what it would look like. Okay, that's a little better. That's a little better. I was gonna say, what? The glow? How do you even do that? You can't even do that through the model. There we go. But I think, you know, I think we're getting there, right? This is pretty good. Like, the tube needs to be not as long. I can easily fix that. Actually, for the tube, like where the metal is, if that's where the glass tube started, I think it would look pretty good. It wouldn't be as commanding. Yeah, yeah. So let's modify it. Right, so for the glass, the hell's all this? Oh, the mounts. Okay, glass top, the glass. So, I mean, I could have it be like stubby. Ooh, you know, the stubby may not be bad. The stubby may be what I want. Something like that. And then the glow. And then each mount, I could get rid of it. Yeah, I can just bring it down by 1. Right? Yeah, look at that. So again, stubby glass. Move the top down. Here we go. Get this filament. File. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, this is going to be good. Save. Boom, ba, boom, ba, boom, ba. Especially, I want glowy clothes, especially if it's weaker than other armors of similar tier. A glow would be great. What are you talking about? Weaker? You're gonna have to choose. You're gonna have to choose. If you want to be good at magic, you'll be putting the robes on. Magic's not going to give you a bunch of protection. It's going to allow you to efficiently cast spells. I'm not giving you any protection. Executive order. Look at that, huh? We got the nice little tube. I could bump out the fluorescent part a little bit more, but I think that's starting to look pretty good. Again, right? The attachment point, like that one part that's kind of glitched in, I could easily kind of set that to be transparent and then make something new and then have it mold onto the shoulder piece. But, I mean, in terms of, like, shoulder armor... My guy just coughed. Uh-oh. Better get my affairs in order. I think this is... Honestly, I think this is looking pretty damn good. Like, that looks pretty... That looks awesome. Dang, yeah, I'm liking it. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. Definitely cool. I do think the filament needs to be just a little longer. Little longer. But yeah, that's good. I'm spending all this time on this one side. The other side, it's just a gear. I wonder if I should have the gears on my arms. You know, like that part right there. I could have a gear like attached to it, like maybe a rusty gear. With like one of my gems kind of like socketing it. But then what would I put for this other shoulder part? I don't know. Put on some other music here. It's getting there. It's getting there. I gotta do more work on the collar. Gotta do more work. I gotta figure out what details I'm gonna put in the you know, the cloak part. Definitely have to deal with the pants. It's definitely work to be done, but it's gonna be pretty awesome. And with the staff too. You know, that means that maybe I should have the staff be a little more glowy as well, like techie. Right? Because like I can use one of those stubby Jonas lamps for like the pommel, like the bottom of the staff. Maybe. That would be like after I release the alpha and see what people say. I know people are gonna be like, oh, I don't like the armor. It's too rust techy. This is a magic mod. I'd be like, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Thank you for reading the fact that I put magic mod on there, but I appreciate it. All right, file open, body, yes. Click, seraph, open. Right, because I could easily put one of these temporal gears on both sides, or it could be like the rusty gear. Let me deal with this. I kind of want to mess with the angle a little bit. I'm thinking if I rotate it a little bit on the red axis here, like 15, right? And then this would be negative 15 as well. Yeah, that way looking at it, it's not like parallel exactly, but it's just fanning it, just making it a little more, I don't know, less rigid, maybe. All right, for this gear, let's just go ahead and do a copy. We can duplicate it. And this is going to be the part that I'm going to want to paste it on. So it's technically this. So this goes to, oh shoot, was it this? Yeah, it was. No, it wasn't. Was it this? Yep, it was that. So boop, boop. There we go. I'm going to have to rearrange it a little bit here. So, let's make this bad boy full screen. That looks good. Right, because it can socket in there a little bit. Come up just a little bit. Now I can rotate it. So if this is a 3x3, technically my rotation point would have to be a 1.5 by 1.5. What if I duplicate this? All right, we can delete this. I could put this here. Did I duplicate it wrong? No, okay. I'm okay. Did I just delete something that I wasn't supposed to? No, it all looks there. Okay. It was just weird. I must have fat fingered it. So for this, I can do like an underscore, right? Because I could set this to be transparent. Because rotating the gear, the temporal gears, the models, they are not perfectly even. But in doing it this way, right, I can make the origin 1.5, I can make this 1.5, right? And now if I rotate this 45 degrees, the gear will also be rotated exactly at that pivot point. And then I can just set this to transparent. I think that's going to be the best way to do this. So again, right, let's duplicate this gear. I want to look at this arm piece. So technically I got to move this to here. Oh God, where is it? Oh, it preserved it. Ooh. Because I could do that. Oh, I don't have the pin side here. I guess for this, I could shift this down a little. Oops, I said a little. Holy crap. Right, that way there's no like super long pins. Which means on this side, I would have to find the pins that are like lost in there. What's it called? Horizontal. Maybe it's under vertical. Cube, here it is. So let's push that out a little bit. And push that out a little bit as well. Kind of make it feel a little random. get that pin. Push out a couple more. There we go. Looking good. While I'm dealing with pins, this pin... No, it's this one. Come on, let me just click it. There we go. I need to shorten this. I'll shorten it by a couple. There we go. Which means this one... Or, you know what? No, I shouldn't shorten it. Click on it again, please. Let me just click on it. Can I zoom in? Dang it. Because I could extend the pin like that. That way it goes into the gear. Well, maybe not like that. Right? And then I can get the other gear and I can extend the pins like they're all connected too. That could add to it. All right, it's this gear. Which one is it? That? Yep, there it is. So I could just push this back like that. I could do it like twice. No, I could do there. That way it's like inside, just like the other one. And I could extend this by 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So it's like socketed in there. See, and that pin kind of goes in. I could do the same thing with this. Yeah, look at that, huh? And the bottom pins are not going to be seen. What's that? No, okay, that's not a pin. Sweet. Let's take a look at it. File. Save. Copy. Paste. Fireball it in. All right, so before, kind of zoom in, right? So that's what the shoulder looks like, kind of empty in there. Now let's reload. See what the new one's going to be. I think I'll be getting off soon. I got to make myself some lunch while it's still lunchtime. Boom, boom. Oh, I like the pins extending. I like that. That's starting to look a lot better. You know, it would be better if they were rusty colored pins. Oh man, that's looking good. So yep, we got the gear on the side, right? Let's zoom out a little. So those would be the gears on the side. I mean, they're... I don't know how I feel about them. I don't know. Are they too big? But they're the size of a regular gear, it looks like. Maybe it would look better if they were rusty. Those look so darn epic. Oh, the shoulder. You talk about this shoulder? Or are you talking about like the look in general, what we're doing? Either way, this is looking good. This is looking really good. I fear for my shoulders if these ever start moving. That's how it is in every game, right? If one of those things actually, one of the horns pierces your head because you decide to yawn. Yeah. This is pretty good. I definitely like this. I like this. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. I think I want to make those two pins. I know what I want to adjust. File, new, file, open, body, open. Seraph, open. I don't want these to be visible. Thought I did, but I do not. Something like that. This. right, so that it kind of hides inside. Now, this is called Cube 122. So I'm going to want to save this. So I'm looking for Cube 122. So instead of temporal, I want this to be the rusty metal. What texture do we have here for? Would it be iron or would it be rusty iron? What if I just do iron? Tarnished iron. So I could just, instead of temporal here, I could do iron. This one would be Cube 134. Oh, come on. Cube 134. All right, so again, instead of temporal, I would do iron. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one is Cube 135, so literally the next one. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that probably means the other one's 123. Yeah, so Cube 123. There we go. Got to break it up a little bit. The pins, I think I'm going to get rid of the pins here because I don't necessarily need them. But instead of completely getting rid of them, I'm going to just completely get rid of them, maybe. Because the idea is I'm socketing a gemstone in there. I'm going to leave the pins for now. I guess I'll just leave the pins in there for now. I'm going to make these unique, though. Hate when it does that. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. So what I want to do here, because I did some stuff, I'm going to do File New, right? Because I want to save everything that I just made iron. We are going to scroll back to the top, copy this, paste this in. We're going to fireball it. All right, so that's what it looks like now. Man, shoulder pads shouldn't be scary. Is that... Got something in my eye. Is that armor or clothes? It's armor. If it's armor, you can change the appearance as it takes damage, make the gears turns rusty. The more the armor's damaged. Yeah, maybe I could do something. Like, I know with the armor, I have a little more leeway. I just don't know how to do that. Like, maybe as it takes damage or something, it can fade to rusty. That'd be pretty cool. All right, let's take a look at those pins. So far, it's looking pretty good. Zoom in. Right? Oh, the metal was actually a good choice. You know what I could do? I could make it I could make it like a metal sheet. You know what I mean? Like, okay, I have an idea. The pins were a good idea. They were definitely a good idea. I may put the pins back with the new thing I want to do here. So let's go to open. So I may end up redoing those pins back to their original texture. But like, I could take a pin. I'm going to duplicate this. We are going to extend it. Maybe that. Not that. So what I need to do is change. I wonder if I could do this. Okay, I can. Good. That looks pretty dead center. Ooh, I think I can do what I want to do. So I'm thinking I could extend this up one. We can mess with this angle. right? To where it's kind of like in both. I can bump this up like 0.5. We can trim this down so it's like inside. Let me just see if it's gonna look weird on that side. Okay, so I think I have to push it out a little like that, which means I could bump this down a little bit. Oh, we got this part here. It's okay. I could account for that. I can assemble it all, stack it all, and then I can push the whole thing up too. That's not going to be a problem. I'll call it cube 175 for now. Okay, where's the other parts here? So it's going to be this, and this. So I could do this. We can push that out a little like that. Ah, man, it didn't do it all. Oh, it's because I got to push it out here. Right? That way it covers it. All right, before I do that, let's do the other side here. I'm gonna find this pin. We're gonna have to make all the same changes, right? So duplicate it, push this rotation back. What is it? This, there we go. So that should be centered. What was the other pin? So this is 176. Let's look at 175. So I can put it to there. What was the angle we want? Negative 17%. Let's do negative 17. Right, so it's still in there. Ooh, this one's gonna be a little different. Which means I could probably just move this over like that. This would need to come up a little bit. Like that. Yeah, look at that, huh? Now that it's both the same, I can take this pin, this goes in here, this goes in here. I can shift this down like that. I can come over here, and we can do the same thing there. There we go. That way it's like a connecting bar on the inside. And then if I like it, I could have another connecting bar on the bottom too. Or I could extend this. I could duplicate it, and then I could just do a rotate. And then have it like go into the armor. That may be a good idea. So I could like duplicate this. Really? I went the wrong way. There we go. Make this a little longer, right? I could extend it down. Not bad, not bad. Let's duplicate this. We're gonna do the same thing. What's the angle? Negative 158. Can do. Just like that. What's the length? 1.8. Which now means that these pins, I do want to go back to how they were. So let me do save. So I'm looking for cube 135. Copy, paste. All right, we're looking for cube 135. Whoops, 135. 135. There we go. Instead of iron, what was it? Temporal before? I think it was just temporal. So let's change it to temporal. iron, 135. Let's do temporal. There we go. All right, what is this pin? 134 is this one. Cube 134. So let's look for anything that's iron. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, and let's get this other one here. So this is cube 123. We are going to redo this to the temporal texture. And what are you? 121. Or wait, 122. There we go. We're gonna save this. I'm gonna fireball it in. Let's see what it looks like now. That's what it looks like. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. I think after we get this shoulder done, I'll probably stop streaming there. I gotta get some food. I'm hungry. Yeah. Look at that, huh? So I can add more to the bottom. But it's starting to feel like a solid shoulder piece now. Yeah. I think it's definitely starting to look better. I need to do the same thing I did, but just up top to kind of patch in that hole. But yeah, I think this is getting there. File new. File open. Because I want to preserve all the retexturing that I just did. So really, it's just going to be a matter of I would have to start off with this, right? Duplicate it, attach it. I think for this, I'm going to have to go up and back to kind of get it centered. All right, I gotta make this full screen. Nope. Maybe something that's close. Man, this pin is just not, it's not looking good. Maybe this is what I want. Something like that. There we go. Okay, that's gonna be more centered. Which means if I do this, that should be right in the center of the pin. Now I would push it up a little, or better yet, I won't do that yet. I'll push it up a couple. Now I can rotate it on this axis. And we can continue to push it up a little bit. Adjust the angle down. Maybe? Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. I meant to do this. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure if I'm liking it. At least not being that aggressive, right? Something like this, maybe. Put the angle down. Okay, I like that. All right, I like that. Let's do the same thing on the other side. So again, I'm gonna have to duplicate it. It's gonna pivot in there. I'm gonna have to look at this. What did I do? 0.8. So this would be 0.8. I have to kind of shore it up here. Let's do 0.05. 0.05. Yeah, then that looks pretty good. All right. So what angle are we doing with this one? -65. So let's do -65. See, it's not quite the same. Oh, I forgot to do something else over here too. I need to physically push this up by like 0.05 to get rid of that overlap. I'll have to do the same thing here, 0.05. But either way, the angle is not quite right. So I'm pretty much cutting it in half. Oh, I think I see why the angle's weird. Let's go back to this one. Oh, no. I may have to take some liberties with this. Oh, I see where it is. This is not centered. So on the red axis, does it have to be a negative? Push it out a little? No, it doesn't have to be a negative. Oh, I see what it's doing. It's trying to preserve. Oh, that sucks. I hate when it does that. All right, so I'm gonna do something a little cheaty here. I'm gonna artificially just bring this down a little. Not that much. Literally, let's just try to 0.1 is too aggressive. 0.5, there we go. That way I kind of have the lip there. I'll have to do the same thing over here now. So this is going to have to be like 0.05. And I'm going to have to push it up by probably a 1. Okay, that is actually getting a lot closer. So I could do that. That looks pretty good. Oh, this isn't up all the way. So I gotta do that, maybe? 0.85. See, that one's fine. This has to get extended by just a little bit. Okay, I think that's gonna be pretty good for the shoulders. Let's take a look. Oh, I'm gonna have to make those 2 new parts, the metal as well. So cube 180 is what we're looking for. Cube 180. Here it is. So instead of temporal, we're gonna want to find temporal, and we're gonna want to change that to iron. And the other panel we just made is going to be cube 179. And instead of temporal, it's going to be iron. There we go. Save it. We need to copy this, paste this in. Save it, fireball, reload. Bum 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 ba-da-dum ba-da-dum. Do 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 ba da ba ba da ba ba da ba bum ba da 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 dum. All right, let's zoom in. Let's make it full screen. There we go. So I like the curve I added. I like the fact that it's the panels kind of covering it. Makes me want to play WoW, kind of. Yeah, I kind of want to play WoW too. I just want to play like a video game, like some kind of. I like MMOs because it's just so much easier to like play with other people. I've been side-eyeing WoW. I have it installed actually. It's up to date. I just have to sign in. Oh, look, we gotta fix. Yeah, we gotta fix it a little bit. I know what to do though. This needs to get pushed down like that. Well, not that aggressively. Maybe 0.2. And I could push that a little bit. There we go. Yes, that's looking mighty fine. Oh, wait, file. I gotta redo it. File, new. No. File, open. It would have reset all the texture stuff that I did. There we go. Now I can take this 0.03, 0.05. There we go. So we got that little bit of a lip there. Now I could do the same thing here, 0.0, I'll do 0.04, I'll give it more, you know, I'll just do 0.05, there we go. Excellent. File, save, copy, paste. I yesterday went back to Valorant. I've never played that. They have done quite a bit of progress, actually massive progress in a year. VEL, is that through Steam? Or is that like going to be a standalone site here? VELERON. VELOREN. Wait a minute, is this just Cube World? Is this Cube World that they ended up rebranding? You remember the old Cube World game? It looks like Cube World. No standalone, completely free. It kind of looks like Cube World, but MMO. Oh, I didn't even know it's an MMO. They're different classes though, right? This looks like Cube World. Like to a T. It's not from Cube World dev though. Oh, okay, it's not. Okay, yeah. The dev, right? Okay, so it's like the spirit. I can't wait till Hightail comes out. I'm gonna be playing the bejesus out of that game. And I'll probably mod for it too. All right, let's zoom in, see the final product here. Looks good. Yeah. I think the bottom plates could be tweaked a little bit, but other than that, that's pretty darn good. I'm happy with it. I'm very happy with this. Good shoulder piece. Hightail is slow, I know, right? They started over a lot, like, oh, we're gonna rebuild the engine. I think that's a perfect game to dictate what feature creep is. Minecraft was smart. I remember I played Minecraft when they first, it was the update where they added beds, and my friends were like, whoa, it sucked before, you died and you go all the way back to spawn. you know, 2,000 blocks away, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, but, you know, Hytale, they really should, they lost a lot of hype, I think. Like, I will still play it, but I'm not, like, you know, religiously going to the site and trying to, like, look at forums and... No. Now it's like, when you guys have something to play here, like, you know, keep polishing it, I guess, but there's a lot to be said that, you know, you're going to be left in the dust, because you guys could be collecting money this whole time, you know? If Hytale comes out in our era, it will be... buy to play, no FTP with mix and BS in it. Yeah, we'll see. My grandson will be able to finally play and get in and play. I'll be on my deathbed. Son, take my credit card, my old login information, son. Do you have it? Grandson. Please use the name Vice. Carry our family's legacy. I get ridiculous. God, things I come up with. I don't know, I think that looks pretty good. That looks good. I like the gears on the arms too. It's growing on me. This shoulder needs a little more oomph, I think. But it's not going to be hard to do. I could look through the other Jonas parts. I may be able to find something, that, you know, like kind of like how I did the machines, you know, like my machine mod. You know, like even this cube, if I like cut it in half, you know, just that. Something that has a smaller, sleeker profile would do. On one hand, they announced the game too soon. On the other hand, they it got them funding to actually get features. But that's the thing, like, you know, it's not features can be added after the fact, you know, like they could have announced it, right? And then they could have had everything, you know, like a playable thing. You can't tell me this game's not playable, right? You know, fix all the bugs, get your core API and everything in, and then get it in people's hands. Work out, you know, they're doing all this like, oh, combat. It's like, come on, you guys, give it to us. Let us test the crap out of it for you. Yeah, combat looks great, but, you know, it's all just looks, you know? Like, they could have pumped it out. Riot still could have taken over, right? They could have had a gem. Like, we could be playing on it right now. It could be the Minecraft killer. You know, like, from everything that I saw, it looks too good. You know, I'm wary of it. It looks too good. All right. Skip a night felt like a cheat, and it still feel like that. Yeah. I mean, if no one else is there, your character's sleeping. Do you want to walk away for 10 minutes while you're in bed? I like the sleeping. But that's just me. Maybe they cater to me. I still want to work on the base. That's not the final base that I'm gonna have. But this is pretty good. I think this is pretty good. All right. Do I want to work on the other side? No, I think you know what I'm gonna do? I'm not sure if I'm done streaming yet or not. I'm gonna probably take a 5-minute break to at least see what kind of food I even have in the house to make. Maybe microwave something and wolf down like maybe if I have like a hot dog or something. And then I think I'll leave it into chat. We can either keep working on the model, keep working on armor, or I can play something like Conan Exiles and we can play an actual game. Boop. I gotta work on surface ascent too. I think if I cast it here, it just teleports me up a little. Yeah. It's animation broken too. Surface ascent. That's awesome. There we go. Yeah, so that spell I definitely have to I gotta work on that too, but it is a work in progress spell. And I gotta have more nickety-knack stuff too on the front. Maybe some runes, some gemstones. I have gemstones in the arm. Maybe I could put like a bigger plate over the top part there. So it's still like temporal gear on the outside, then inside's a plate, and then a gemstone put in there, a mana stone. My friend actually replicated one of the postcard pictures in Blender. That made me even more skeptic. Yeah, if they have a game, yeah. Modders are not allowed to play anything until they are satisfied with their own mod. You just want to see more of this, huh? Which is fine. Like I definitely don't mind. I like how it's coming. We still have the pants to do too. Pop some gears on there, right? Get some boots. Yeah, it'll look pretty darn good. And I'll have to have something on the back, maybe. I'm kind of liking this. This looks pretty good. Yeah, looks good. All right, I'm gonna check something here. This will dictate if I'm gonna continue streaming or not. I just gotta look at a video here, see if Baby Triangle's up yet. If the little one is not up, then I will continue streaming. And he's up. All right, so I think I'll find someone to raid. JK, though, everyone needs a break, though. Burnout is never good. Yeah, and I'm not burning out. I just really want to play a game. Trust me, I'm still very much into this. I'll keep an eye on that Velarin. I'll look to see if like anyone's like playing it or like videos or something. Like if there seems like there's enough depth to where, you know, it would be interesting for me. I may play it. I may give it a go. All right, what's the worst thing that happens? I don't like the game after, you know, trying to figure it out for like 10-15 minutes, because I'll know right away like if it's a game for me or not, and then I can just continue. At least I'll know. Best case, it becomes a game that I become obsessed with. Who do we got streaming here? Who do we have? No one I'm following is playing Vintage Story. Oh, we got a couple new people here. All right. Let's look at the English ones. The Teller's Library, okay. Venture Hardcore. I don't know, we may, I don't know who Gold Kai is. I like the top hat. Let's get modding. Oh, hey, what's this? Vintage Story with a bunch of people. Let's get modding. Is this person actually doing some modding too? Are they modding, or are they using mods? I'm kind of watching them before we go to a raid, because that's gonna dictate the difference between us raiding this person and us raiding someone else. Come on, buddy. You got a very limited time here. Very limited. Don't drink your water. Don't drink your water. Come on. Let me see a modding environment come up here. Yeah, back to game. Come on. So far, I'm not seeing any code. The guy looks like he's playing. Looks like he's playing. Yeah, he's totally playing. He's not modding. All right, you know what? We'll go with the first choice here. My initial first choice. Terraforming, and then the hunt for tin. That sounds good. There are people online on its official servers constantly. Oh, that's good. Like I said, I'll check it out. I want to look at videos. I want to see how like the combat plays and everything. Because Cube World was interesting, but I did get bored of it too. I think I ended up picking the mage, right? And you had like the bracelet, and it was just like, you know, 2 abilities. That's why I don't play like Trove or anything else. You know, it was like too repetitive. Too like, I like the theme, but I don't like the depth that the game provides. Oh, I forgot to do /raid and then the person's name. Boop, there we go. All right, we are going to raid. Yeah, it just seems like he's playing, yeah. It was close. I did almost go with him, but I got to go with the top hat and the fancy beard icon. You know, like, the icon's what sold it to me. That's what sold it. But all right, everyone, thank you so much for watching. This has been, I mean, you know, we're making progress. Once the armor is done, and it's not, this isn't the final version. I'll probably skimp on a lot of it, just to get, you know, like the difference in armor. I'm gonna have to deal with these 3 models here, finish the staff, and then after that, it would be, I just have to play test it. I know there's a couple recipes that I have to make. And then the game is ready, the mod is ready for people to actually play. So, you know, people can tell me what bugs they find. I may throw it onto a multiplayer server to kind of see like if the mod works for the most part, because that's going to dictate if I put in the, you know, in the mod information, like, you know, not tested on multiplayer, or, you know, some parts are going to be broken on multiplayer, like whatever it may be. But for single player, you know, that's what I'm tuning it for. But yeah, thanks everyone. Have a wonderful day. I may live stream later. We'll see. Bye.